We'll be with you in a second. All right, so we're gonna start this off right in the 5 minute mark, and we're gonna get this thing on and cracking. So we're gonna lesson on net says hi. All right, well I guess since I'm talking about life lessons, why not have somebody named Lesson Net or Lesson? Yeah, is that your name, Lesson Net? Anyways, man, shout out to you. Welcome, man. I've got a very interesting conversation for you guys, and sort of inspired by a social media post that I had made, right? And we're going to talk about that in exactly 30 seconds from now. So, as we are also covering UFC Fight Night, April 25th, 2026, Aljo versus Yusuf Zalal, we're covering that as well as talking about some life lessons. Because you know what? I thought about it and I said, am I going to go live for the fights? And obviously, I have this philosophy that if you're not going to start all the way from the beginning of the prelims, better not do it. But either way, here's a life lesson that I think you guys need to understand as a very unpopular opinion. If you're a millionaire, okay, you didn't get there through hard work. Most millionaires did not get there through hard work, okay? Especially if you're a white collar guy, okay? White collar millionaires, okay? Construction workers work harder than you. People who also take care of disabled children, believe it or not, work harder than you, but they don't have millions. And oftentimes, a lot of millionaires love to believe, well, let me just tell you what my what one of my friends responded to me as a result, right? He said, how can you say a millionaire didn't put in all the hard work, all the years that it took him to be able to call himself a millionaire? This post is stupid and so false. So this is what I wrote in the process of that. You jumping into conclusions is even dumber, considering none of us is insinuating any sample size population of millionaires. So in other words, what type of millionaires are we even talking about? I said, well, I hope you read the rest of what I wrote because it's sort of important for you to understand where I'm coming from with this, right? Okay, but let me just jump to the conclusions of this, okay? I hate when millionaires try to give people advice, okay? Unless, of course, they are actually directing a specific money moves that correlates to the results of their come up, all right? I hate when people go, well, if you just work harder and wake up 4 a.m. in the morning, these types of people, then, everything is going to be, fine and daddy, and your life is going to go smoothly, and everything that you want is going to fall in your hands, right? This is all nothing but cheerleading language, okay? It's honestly annoying knowing that none of this pep talk that they do actually works, okay? For example, okay, I live very good. I think, I live pretty decently good. I would say not in a struggling process. I'll say that, okay? Now, I got homies in the hood, okay, that are struggling, okay? And there's no way that they're ever going to come up. And I even got homies that are doing like 12-hour shifts and getting nothing in return, okay? These people work hard, and then there are some that are just lucky, okay? And this is what I mean, right? I hate when people like Andrew Tate, for example, okay, correlate his wealth as some sort of superhuman quality or superhuman attribute that nobody else has. Okay, the reality is he was put in a certain position based on knowing the right people. That's one thing that you guys have to understand. It is all about knowing the right people. It is also about knowing how to coexist in the world of networking. It's also just knowing how to execute at the right time. Look, here's the truth of the matter, right? Hard work only exists in gyms and sometimes even in sports, okay? Life outside the arena, life outside the playing field is a cruel animal, my dude, and it rewards no one but the lucky and the ruthless. So let's give a shout out to everybody in the chat right now. Shu, shout out to you. Herlin, shout out to you. Shout out to everybody across the world right now that is tapped in. We are covering UFC Fight Night as well as talking about some life philosophies, right? Does hard work actually really exist, or is it all about luck and consistency? And I think a lot of that relates to combat sports, right? So we'll see. All right. So this is what my friend also mentioned, right? In this post, he said, "What you should say is that all them rich Arabs can't even spell hard work because they grew up and oil money and trust funds." Okay, this is what he said. All right, in his own words, and I quote: "I had a customer spend 180K on a car, crashed it 500 feet from the dealership. A week later, came back, and Daddy wired him 250 to get another one. Anyone who is a self-made millionaire sacrificed so much as anybody tries to take that away is just jealous of their success. All the comments have to be white, French, Arab, Russian." I don't know what he meant by that. You need to learn how to post something without adding a whole race of people into the comments. So in other words, he didn't realize that white collar meant people that worked in office jobs of some sort, right? I don't think he got the memo on that. Well, this is what I said to him as a result of that, right? He says, I said, okay, that's precisely one of the demographics that I had in mind, okay? I told him I slag Arabs as well, okay? I've had Asian and black homies run up on an Arab who owed me money in the car business, and you know the vibes as a fellow dealer yourself, right? I said to him, small detail you miss here, though. White collar is not a reference to race. Okay, white collar is an American corporate slang that signifies a person works in an office and a non-physical labor job environment. Okay, so I told him that makes guys like you and I white collar. We both worked in the car industry. Okay, we both work in the car industry. That's white collar. Okay, that's the definition of white collar. I've had jobs in the political media arenas outside of YouTube and corporate jobs for finance mortgage firms. That's an example of white collar. Okay, so that's something that he doesn't understand, right? And also, the term blue collar, this is where it comes from, usually signifying someone in the line of work that requires labor in construction related careers, right? Naps, I don't know what you mean by here's a cookie, but okay, I hope that you're not trying to insinuate any form of Diddyism in that, but on any regard, man, shout out to you, shout out to everybody in the chat as we talk about some life lessons and covered UFC Fight Night, Sterling versus Zalal, which is going on right now in the main card as we speak. I said that I wasn't going to do a live reaction, but you know what? I figured, you know what? Why not do a live reaction while also talking about some real life experiences here that I think we all really need to understand, right? The main thing that we got to understand, right, is that sometimes a lot of the people that you envy got there by pure luck, okay? And here's the thing, right? They always want to correlate somebody that has worked really hard to get to where they're at, right? Well, that's one case, but here's the thing with this, right? It's such a variation of different outcomes that I think a lot of people don't really consider. Like, for example, if you came from a rich family, it's obvious why you're not homeless, why you're not broke, why you're not in this position. But if you came from, I don't know, a family that was on the borderline of destitution or the borderline of, lack of money or lack of funds or something like that, right? Oh, what is this? Okay, then, obviously there's a reason why, you came up to the reason or came up on the misfortunes that you have going on. All right, so right now we got Adrian Luna Martini going up right now, and he's ready to go up and fight. All right, so he's walking out right now. All right, we're gonna get a thumbnail going for this one right here. It's not conventional. It's very different the way he moves, and the reason why he can throw from different stances and all these different athletic movements is because he's really good at his grappling as well. He's confident from his bottom game. Okay, yeah, we're gonna put some thumbnails up on this one right now. In this division, him holding position and not just jumping for submissions is going to be the key, and he was able to make that adjustment in his last fight, and I'm looking forward to see him continue to make these adjustments. He's going to need all the tools to fight somebody like Davey Grant with the experience he has on his feet, and I think the gap he's going to learn to fill in this fight is going to be on the feet against a guy like Grant. What I love the most about him is his willingness to stay down in dirty fights, right? We saw that on the contender series. So here we go, man. Main card fight. Like Davey Grant, I asked him about this fight in particular. He said, every fight is an absolute challenge. But he said, I am going to show what Ecuadorian power really is inside that octagon. He said, Davey does not love pressure. All right, so Davey Grant now walking out of the cage right now. Dangerous Davey Grant. In his UFC career, he's still here, both 40 years of age, and he's got a lot more to give as well. Living in Vegas, coaching at Syndicate, absolutely. All right, so fighting out of Vegas is Davey Grant here. DC didn't go his way on that night, but he had a fantastic build-up to it. He said it was going to take something special to beat him. It was something special from Jordan, but you can always tune in to watch Davey Grant fight. Brings threats absolutely everywhere and always has the biggest smile in the game too. Yeah, Davey Grant's doing or living his best life right now. Like he said, he's coaching. He said he always knew he was going to be a coach. He said that in that coaching is helping him improve. Wow, so he's already coaching as he's fighting. I don't know if that's the best idea in the world, right? I mean, there are guys out there that corner guys, and I don't know about full-time coaching, though. That's a little bit different, right? Spending your whole entire time towards, like, one fighter or a couple of fighters rather than focusing on yourself. Heater Thompson, shout out to you, my man. I sub. Thank you. Thank you for your support, my man. Hopefully you can also encourage others to do the same so that you can help this channel grow, inshallah. I really appreciate your support, my man. So, all right, here's Davey Grant right now bouncing around the cage. And I think we're ready to get this cracking right here between Davey versus Adrian Luna Martini. He says, keep up the good work. Thank you, my man. Thank you. I really appreciate the kind words of encouragement, of course. And it is words like that that absolutely keep me going with this YouTube grind. So, yeah, man, shout out to you, man. Let me know what you think about my early monologue and what you think about, the matter of which I had introduced on the description down below, which is the following, right? Does hard work exist, or does luck meet consistency? That is the second topic of the live stream. Let me know what you think on the comment section below, because I really enjoy having these seriously deep life conversations, of course. All right, so Davey Grant is being announced right now. 17 wins, 8 losses. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 135 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Bishop Auckland County, New England, Dangerous. All right, so Davy Grant is now being announced. All right, now we're going to get the thumbnail going for this live stream.
Buckle up for this one, fight fans. I know you've all been circling this as one to watch. The newcomer.
All right, here we go. UFC Fight Night. Boom. There it is. I hope you get your goal and monetize. I am currently monetized right now. Alhamdulillah, that's you know, that's always good. But of course, you know, always trying to grow the channel as much as I can. All right, here we go. Round number 1 between Martini and Grant. So there's Martini circling around. There's some leg kicks right there by Grant. He says, "Are you in California?" I am. Yes. How did you guess? You probably read the description on the channel, of course. But let me know what part of the world you are from. Elevator Guider. That's quite an interesting name. Elevator has a guider. What made you come up with that name? He says, "I will give you a shout out." Thank you, man. And a shout out to you as well, Thompson. Shout out to you. All right, nice leg kick right there by Davy Grant. Another leg kick right there. Ooh, nice side kick. And scissor kick by Martini. A little taekwondo here. He says, "Can we collab?" Do you have a channel as well? Yes, we can certainly collab. I would have to take a look at your channel, of course, and you know, see what you're about. And yeah, why not? Why not? Yes. Oh, there's a nice knockdown by Davy Grant right there. Are you an MMA channel as well? Just out of curiosity, what is your channel type? I guess is you know, the question. So let's see here. Let's see if I can look up your channel right here. So okay, you 72 subscribers so far. Okay, so you're a new channel, I'm assuming. What sport are you watching? MMA. I am watching mixed martial arts right now. UFC Fight Night is going on right now. So UFC Fight Night with Yusuf Zalal and Aljamain Sterling is the main event. He says, "Are you a resident? A resident of what exactly?" I don't know what you mean by a resident. Do you mean to say, are you a citizen? I think that is the proper question you are asking, maybe. Oh, nice hooks right there by Davy Grant. He knows that's the key. And you gotta make it. What he's doing right now is making Davy miss. If he can keep making him miss, that starts to fatigue you. If you're Davy Grant. Yeah, that is the right strategy, right? Is to always try and make them miss. The more that you get them to miss, the more that you are able to, you know, ultimately get them tired as a result of that. All right, good head movement. Nice front kick once again by Davy Grant. A happy Saturday to you as well, man. Hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. You hear John Wood telling him that when he starts to throw, he's ducking real low. I think a knee up the middle from Grant could be very beneficial. Oh, nice combination right there by Davy Grant. Martinez's corner are actually instructing their man not to duck the head. So interesting note on both sides. He's not necessarily ducking his head though. What he's doing. Oh, there's a shot right there. Happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. Huh. That's happy early birthday. What do you mean by that, Thompson? Oh, good strikes by Davy Grant. Or were you meaning to say happy Saturday? Is that what you meant to say? All right, there's a good front kick right there by Davy Grant. A little bit of an oblique kick, a John Jones style oblique kick that he has going on.
Respiración profunda. Breathe deep. Mantengo el aire. Keep the air in there. Recuperación. Just let's recover. Respiro profundo, mantengo el aire lo que pueda. Just keep the air in there. Breathe. How you feeling? Good, good. I want you to keep it that way. Whenever you get them, just feints. You know, feints. He won the first round, but I want you to listen. We have to this round. You need to settle. You need to finish it with the.
All right, the corner of Adrian is telling him that he needs to finish this round right here.
Take them down even better.
I don't know what that is.
Chimaev makes his first middleweight title defense against the All Action Striker Strickland. Stream every UFC free with your Paramount Plus subscription and watch UFC 328.
All right, round number 2.
Round number 2, Davy Grant.
All right, here we go. Davy Grant versus Luna.
Guilty of underestimating the dangers presented by Charles Jourdain his last fight. He wouldn't do that again.
Oh, good leg kick by Davy Grant there.
Martinetti did a great job with the pressure in the first round. He needs to start letting the combinations of his hands go. Just like
Oh, good knees right up top right there by Davy Grant. Nice high kick. Good low kick by Davy Grant. Ooh, another calf kick right there. I appreciate that, man. You know, a like and yeah is all that's good. He says, "Is that a boxing video?" No, it's an MMA video. Well, I'm reacting to an MMA fight right now that is going on in the UFC. Oh, there's another calf kick right there, man. Davy Grant is killing it with these calf kicks. There it is, going up high with a high kick this time. Ooh, there's a knee right up top. Slips momentarily, gets right back up. Ooh, good leg kick by Davy Grant.
Doing a great job keeping his feet moving and throwing combinations. He's looking sharp. But he's under a lot of pressure from Martinetti.
All right, so now, ooh, 1-2 shot right there. High kick once again. Okay, he says, I have to leave, so I'll give you a shout out tomorrow. Archive your goals. Okay, yeah, shout out to you, my man. Archive your goals. What does that mean when you say archive your goals? Let me know what that means. But yeah, shout out to you. Thank you for your support.
He does need to pick better decisions in the striking because he's throwing one or two at a time, and you've got to throw combinations to land on Grant. Just one isn't going to do it. These guys can break this from one another tonight. Oh, that's a big shot from Martinetti. Martinetti's pressure. David's got to find a way to slow down that pressure.
Oh, archive. Got it. Okay.
Because the reality is, outside of these kicks, when David's throwing his hands,
Got it. I understand. Okay. I meant archive. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got what you mean. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh. Are you Iranian? No, I'm Arab. Far from Iranian. Yeah, man. How dare you? No, I'm just joking. Man, shout out to the Iranians, of course. Iran. Shout out to my Iranians and my Shias out there. All right, there's a nice hook right there by Martini. Hit the like button, guys. Give me a like button. Oh, there's a good hook. Uppercut right there by Martini. Another uppercut. And then knee. Grant follows up with a knee right up top. Who's winning? I'm going to say Davy Grant is winning right now. Let me know what you guys think, man. Everybody that's in here right now, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are 37 seconds away from the second round, going into the third round right now. Oh, good hook right there by Davy Grant. Made a miss on that one. Ooh, spinning back fist by Martini. They both look like they're having fun out there right now. And that is the end of the second round. Another calf kick at the end by Grant. There's an axe kick attempt by Martini. And that is the end of the second round. Now going into the fourth. Give me a fifth like, guys. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. We are heading into round number 3 into this fight. Elevator says David Grant is winning. You think so? Yeah, it's Davy Grant. But David Grant. Oh, but okay. Yeah, Davy Grant is the name. Yes, I think Davy Grant is winning as well. All right, man. 5 minutes to determine this whole entire fight. Yeah, next we got Rafa Garcia and Alexander Hernandez. That's going to be a fun one. All right. All right, round number 3. For 32, 4:30 of the third round right now. Yeah, man, Davy Grant looks great at 40 years old right now, man, especially in the bantamweight division. Right, this is an age where a lot of people start really falling apart. In the in these weight classes. Oh, nice uppercut by Davy right there. Yeah, Martini needs to do something different in order to win this one. Nice hook by Davy Grant. Yeah, Martini needs a finish in this one, man. If you're not going to get a finish, boy, this Davy Grant guy is going to walk away with this win. You can't let him bully you, son. You can't let him bully you. Wow, man. Yeah, very elusive work on Davy Grant right now. Very elusive work on. Yeah, man, the head movement of Davy Grant, phenomenal in this fight right now. Oh man, good attempt right there. Good takedown attempt by Martin, and actually gets it from this single leg attempt. Now he's right in half guard position as Grant is trying to shrimp back up, right up against the fence. Oh wow, man, they're about to start throwing down at the end of the 20 seconds here. Just throwing down right here. He says, nice, you're doing a live for it. Yeah, man, I just couldn't resist. You know what I mean? I couldn't resist. So hopefully the rest of the gang follow suit. And yeah, man, he says, bless you, man. Bless you as well, Elevator. You know, shout out to you, man. All right, so that's the end of the fight. Yeah, that is a win for Davy Grant right there. The aggression, the head movement, the angles, the elusive footwork that he had going on, and all doing it at 40 years old at bantamweight. Wow. Amazing job for Davy Grant, but we're gonna wait for the results of that one. All right. What? Wait a minute. There's a shooting at Trump's White House. Hold up. What is going on here?
When you say stage presentation, do you think the awards, the president, maybe the president's speech? Call Mex. Thank you so much, guys. By the way, again, smash that like button on YouTube, and then also, if you guys are watching on Kick, follow the channel. Okay, follow the channel. If you guys are watching on
Has
Kick.
there been a shooting at the White House?
Some of them were removing some of the salads earlier.
I gotta retitle this.
I mean, I would imagine that the Wei Zhejiang will try to get some details.
There's been a shooting at the White House.
You want to know what
Breaking news.
We'll have more information for you. It seems like the president wants to say something. Do I think they're going to go with a full program with the award and all the media and oaths? I don't think so, but I think they want to do something. This is a celebration of the First Amendment. This is the freedom of the press and the freedom of the press not being intimidated by what's happening with somebody who wants to do violence. I think that is now the priority, or I would guess that's the priority of the folks at the White House. All right, thank you, John. We'll be back with you shortly. Kieran Bohan, when something like this happens, is there natural sympathy for the attendee in this case?
So I think it does change the tone. I think.
All right, so Davy Grant just won right now, but we are covering something new and something different right now. I believe there had been reports of a shooting that is going on at the White House. So
I would expect that Waja will still emphasize.
Hooligan, thank you so much for the 10 gifted.
all right, man, I got to get to work on the
If you guys
news.
are rookies, type in, I put the fries in the bag and somebody will hook you up.
The First Amendment and freedom of the press. I don't think her remarks would change that much, but it definitely changes the tone.
Mike Dubkey, again, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, but how do you see the currently written speech changing? Is somebody from the communication shop on a laptop right now and just rewriting it? There's an opportunity. Okay, for those of you that just joined, shots were fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Trump was evacuated alongside, other high-level members like J.D. Vance, Vice President, Mike Johnson, etc. I'm live right now.
I'm calling on Discord.
Oh, you are? Okay. All right. Got my bro on right
Yeah,
now.
so it seems there had been a White House shooting going on right now, man. Breaking news.
CNN reports that Secret Service is urging President Trump not to return to the ballroom.
All right, we in here.
Yo. All right.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to turn my camera on and everything.
You were just about to get off, man.
Yeah, bro. These niggas is fucking me up, man. Holy. Okay.
All right, we're listening to Myron Gaines right now, reacting to the shooting that's going on at the White House. Or White House correspondent.
Yeah, so I was literally just telling my chat. I went live right away, bro. I didn't even get to eat my food. I'm about to eat right now, but I was saying I was going to talk about the whole Iran-Pakistan thing, how Trump is kind of falsely posturing or whatever, and then, of course, you have this happen, so I thought it was a little bit more pressing, but thankfully it seems like the president is okay. What's that?
Here, I'll share a screen right now, because I got
Yeah, go ahead.
Broadcast going, so let me, that way you can.
I was just looking at some of it with my stream. Go ahead and pull up your MC.
I got C-SPAN.
Yeah, because Steele is no longer on the podium, perhaps a sign that the president may not be coming back out. He said in that True Social post that, of course, he'll let law enforcement make the final decision.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to let him back in there.
That he won't be coming back out, but literally just about 15 seconds ago, somebody came up, took that.
I know he wants to go back, but there's no fun. I'd be shocked if they let him go back there, bro. Because they'd have to clear the building and shit like that. Like,
program will continue in some way.
Which it seems like they're doing right now.
And,
but
we are blessed.
No way.
Mike Dubkey here tonight because
it would be highly irresponsible to let him back.
I'd be
But of
shocked
course,
if
people got to understand his psyche, right? He wants to act like he's tough and not frightened. So,
Is it over?
I think that it probably is over at this point. Yes.
All right, so it seems that it's already over.
Still at the Hilton, or if he has already been returned to the White House, but with the
he's definitely at the White House, bro.
Sounds like Greta was telling us about around the Hilton. It sounds like he still might be at the Hilton.
He could very well be, but if they're making that decision.
And here is the Secret Service and their press release. The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area.
He says, what is happening in the D.C.? There has been a shooting going on.
With all protectees. One individual is in custody. The condition of those involved.
Okay, so one person is in custody so far.
Is actively assessing the situation. So, and that is Chief of Communications from the U.S.
Okay, so he's not dead then. They're saying in custody.
he's not dead.
Okay, so the shooter is in custody.
Magnetometer going into
Kate Collins retarded.
the dinners before.
I have once before, but I think you were there this morning or earlier today.
You're the former chair of the association. You know exactly where those magnetometers are. Anybody who's been to the dinner, and
Every single person that goes into the.
Team Bird, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Mr. Hooligan, again, thank you. Guys, if you guys enjoy, covering breaking news, political commentary, etc., follow the channel on Kick Ninjas.
The ballroom.
All right, so we got the Alex Hernandez fight coming up next. and we're covering this story live right now.
You're right.
Typically, but it's chaotic there.
It is.
Oh, he's arrested? Yes, he's arrested, yes.
Check your tickets.
Yes, the shooter, it's confirmed that the shooter has been arrested.
So I know you've already seen the president. My apologies, his post.
Will I address Carolyn Levitt's interview before? Why should I address that? Did she say something?
On Truth Social.
It's all circulating. Let me check. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, what did she say? I think it was probably before the shots were fired.
Law enforcement has requested.
She said something regarding the shots, I think.
Leave the premises consistent with protocol. And
here it is here.
All right, let's see what else is going on in the news right now.
I'll mute this shit while you pull it up on your side. Because we could actually have two screens, so.
Yeah, I got it going here. Let me turn the volume up.
All right, go ahead.
Is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be...
All right, guys, there has been a shooting going on in the White House Correspondents' Media Room. This is what's going on right now, live, as we are seeing what's happening.
I get what they're trying to get at here, but obviously she meant that figuratively because Donald Trump is probably going to rip on half of the room.
Everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote...
Of course, highly coincidental, but, you know, I already know the conspirators are going to jump on that.
Yeah,
all right, so here's a little bit of some synopsis of what's going on here to get you guys started on this, right? As of right now, on Saturday, April 25th, 2026, as we are also covering UFC Fight Night, Las Vegas, Yusuf Zalal versus Aljamain Sterling, President Donald Trump was evacuated from the Washington Hilton during the White House Correspondents' Association dinner, after which gunfire had erupted inside the venue. Now, what is the status of the president right now? Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are safely evacuated and untouched by the whole entire incident, right? Well, during this incident, several loud bangs were heard in the ballroom, prompting the Secret Service agents to draw weapons and rush to protect the president. Now, witnesses, including CNN anchor Wolf Blitzer, reported to have been seeing a shooter with a very large weapon. All right, now the suspect, conflicting initial reports indicated the shooter was shot dead by Secret Service or was taken into custody. You want to know my guess? Probably an Iranian agent, to which is going to cause embarrassment, and they probably covered it up. Now, that's just my theory. That doesn't mean that I'm correct, but that is where I stand on that, right? Now, what about some injuries? There have been no immediate reports of injuries to attendees. Now, what is the event outcome? Despite the disruption, the event briefly resumed, and the President Trump reportedly expressed a desire to return to the ballroom to finish his remarks. In other words, Donald Trump is being very defiant in the orders of the Secret Service to evacuate the White House. Of course, he's going to stay there because he wants to show that he's strong. He wants to show that he's defiant. And he wants to show that nobody is going to stop him from living his life. Just like what happened when he got shot in the ear. He went back a couple of weeks later to go make a speech. Why? Because he knew that he wanted to show strength. He wanted to show durability. He wanted to show tenacity. He wanted to show that he was a bad SOB. He wanted to show that he was an American badass, just like the Kid Rock song. But we'll see what happens as live updates are going on with this one right now. So
Fantastic, he made that offer.
Guys, smash that like button. Let's get to 1,000 likes, 1,500 likes on YouTube. I'm on here, even though this platform sucks. My brother's on YouTube as well. Make sure to open the tab.
All right, look at this picture of the Secret Service drawing their guns out as this was happening.
After tonight's dinner, would they start planning next year's already?
Yeah, immediately after. You know, in 2011, I immediately began planning for the dinner in 2012. You know, that starts with finding the entertainment. It takes presumably doesn't have an issue there because presumably Oz Perlman would return for that. But
all right, so far here's the latest, right? President Trump was rushed from the stage after gunfire broke out in the hotel where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was being held this Saturday night. Okay, the same time as the UFC is going on right now on Paramount. Okay, the president appeared to be unharmed and was posting on social media like he normally does, saying that he would soon hold a news conference at the White House regarding the particular matter. Now, the Secret Service said that a person was taken into custody after a shooting incident near a security screening area. Now, according to the White House press poll, a group of reporters who traveled with the president and a member of the Secret Service shouted, "Shots fired! Shots fired!" And an agent with guns drawn sprinted through the aisle to reach to the president. All right, so let's see here. We got some comments right here. Reporting from the Washington Hilton, Michael Grindbaum says some attendees who attempted to leave the ballroom were told by law enforcement officials that they could not do so because the perimeter of the hotel had to be secured. Tyler Pager says there was a heavy police presence outside Washington Hilton, but no security screening required to enter the hotel. There were numerous parties hosted on various floors of the hotel, as well as a red carpet. However, to enter the ballroom where the dinner was held, all attendees were required to go through magnet meters and have any bags checked. TSA agents were among those involved in the security checks. So, yes, of course, I remember. You always ask me if I remember you every time you're in the chat. Of course I do. So, all right, man. Yeah, that is what we have going on with this one right now. So, okay, let's take a look at this right here from U.S. Attorney Pirro right here. Let's see here.
Taken out of the main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired. The Secret Service is now in charge of this building, this hotel. I just spoke to Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is on her way, and Chief Jeffrey Carroll is on his way. He will be in charge as soon as he gets here.
I mean, not to get into the nitty gritty, man, but maybe I'm being unfair. I feel like the response was a little delayed from Secret Service. I don't know. I'm not trying to rip on Secret Service. They get enough flack as it is, but kind of took them some time to get to the stage, bro. No shots were.
Yeah, so that's going to be a contentious debate, of course. Why was the Secret Service not there on time? And with that, yeah, like and subscribe, guys.
Five gifted, bro.
All right, back to the UFC.
Or no, nine gifted. Appreciate you.
Happening there, assessing the situation to make sure that they could get him up and move him out. It was, again, I hate to keep referencing this, but we saw a very similar action in Butler, and you've seen this with other presidents as well, where they make sure that he is protected by a body, in this case, of a Secret Service agent, and then when it's safe to move him out quickly. Yeah, and it looks like the journalist now, Karen Bohan, are being...
All right, so for those of you guys that are just joining, because we got a lot of people watching right now between all the different platforms, we got what, like 4,000 or 5,000 you guys in here. So, between my brothers, 4,000 to 6,000 you guys in here. No bots, of course. Guys, basically, shots went off at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. Secret Service immediately secured the scene, got the president out of there, evacuated him, Mike Johnson, J.D. Vance. Obviously the three people that are in the succession line.
Yeah, J.D. Vance, Republicanism Vance says, Kyrie, I did not expect to be seeing this on the news tonight. Likewise, man, likewise.
But yeah, so they rushed him out of there. It seems like Trump is going to do a press conference. We're going to wait and see what's going on. We don't really know too much. I know that we're going
so we're going to wait. Trump is going to do a press conference. I can't wait to hear this. By the way, how will this affect the White House car?
Based on what you said, right, Riyadh? That the shooter's apprehended. So since
he was captured,
it might be a bit till we get his name.
All right, so the shooter was captured.
That's kind of why I'm reserving, giving too much commentary, because figuring out who he is going to help us a lot with knowing what the hell actually transpired here. So
yeah,
that's kind of
and for some,
go ahead.
In the intricacies of it, at least what we know right now is the shooting was in the lobby of the hotel, not actually where the dinner took place. At least that's what it seems like from the video footage. Yeah. No one got up and scurried away or ran. So There were distant shots. There were about 4 to 5 of them. That's what reports are saying. CNN had reported initially he was dead, but now Donald Trump and the Secret Service themselves, obviously from C-SPAN that we're watching here, have reported that he's apprehended. So yeah, there's really nothing else. We don't know what kind of gun. We don't know who it was, what his motives were, but that will all come to light probably very early on tomorrow or at some point.
Well,
tomorrow.
he might actually. Trump might like spill the beans and say what it is.
For this type of event, with the security of
Hey, that is a good point. You know, Trump, he doesn't care. He will spill the beans on who did it.
we're all in.
Hey guys, smash that like button for me. We're sitting at 1,000 likes, 2,500. You guys watching live on YouTube. We got another 1,700 or so. We got 1,700 on the Kick, 1,000 on Rumble, 400 on OSS.
All right, so far, this is what we understand, right? From the initial stages, there were conflicting reports. Was he arrested? Was he apprehended? Or was he gunned down? Obviously, the reality is he was apprehended, and here he is right now in custody as we speak. So that's what we got going on right now. And then we got the UFC going on right now. We will be covering both of these situations as time permits.
You heard from Wei Zhang that there will be statements from the White House and that it's going to be happening in less than a half an hour, saying that's not a joke. There was almost an audible groan from some of the reporters in the room when they heard that, because many of them then started moving very quickly to the doors, knowing that they had to cover it. This is the...
All right, so they will have a press conference very shortly, in less than 30 minutes. Donald Trump is on his way to the White House right now. We'll see how this goes.
The different ways that someone could have gotten around this.
Secret Service shooter apprehended near Magnometer of White House Correspondents' Dinner. Trump is safe.
Great point, Ryan. Thank you for bringing that up. Stand by. We want to go live now to Julie Sirkin, who is...
15K watching on here.
Okay, so Suleiman just posted something, and the source is CNN. Suspect assembled a long weapon in a lightly monitored area near the terrace-level entrance, according to a volunteer witness. Here, I can show this on screen very quickly.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, anytime you pull something up, just put on screen. I got you.
Okay. So again, the suspect assembled a long weapon. The room had bar charts being stored and no security at the time. Witness Helen Mabeth said the gun didn't look like a typical gun and was assembled from a bag. Gunman then rushed towards the stairs leading down to the ballroom, opened fire in multiple directions. Witness estimated at least 10 shots. From what we heard, it was like 5, but of course there could have been more that we didn't hear. A law enforcement officer was struck, hit in the vest, condition unclear. One person in custody, Trump and Melania safe. Secret Service and Metro Police actively investigating. Here are some photos from probably people on the scene, journalists or whoever else is there, media executives. So maybe that's him. Again,
Bro's alive. Okay.
Yeah.
You know why?
This seems like this is.
He probably got hit and they had to cut his clothes off to give him aid. That's probably what happened.
Save him. Okay.
Yeah, because he got hit.
Got it.
Obviously, like whenever you get hit like that, the cops are just gonna cut your clothes off immediately with the shears and start rendering aid, because you want this guy alive.
All right. So from what it seems is that he was hit, and they were trying to render him alive. So they try to, create some kind of CPR or try to assess the situation. And it was so far that's the developing stories.
Real deal here. So there's another one.
Okay.
But yeah, it seems like he was apprehended right away.
Let's see what she's saying over
that
here.
Come to this dinner that invite members of the administration and so on and so forth. And Congressman Raskin told me that he was walking to our table. He hadn't even gotten there yet, just to show you how early on in this dinner program this was, when he said that 2 Secret Service agents
smash that like button, chat.
told him, and I have to tell you, being in the room, being under the table, actually, because my colleague Jose Diaz-Balart, you might know him, shoved me in there essentially in that moment in a protective way, and we're so grateful that we were there with colleagues and fellow reporters and members of Congress, and everybody just really in that moment sort of stuck together. But it was confusing and it was chaotic. And when I walked out and I saw Congressman Raskin sitting there, he was with Kerry Kennedy, and he said that when the Secret Service jumped on him, he jumped on her and was nervous that she may have broken her ribs. One thing that's still kind of raw around here, believe it or not, is January 6th. It was so long ago, but for Congressman Raskin, it feels like yesterday. He actually was so calm moving through that experience. I was kind of taken aback. He was our guest, so I wanted to make sure he was okay. He's older, he's had some health conditions, and he was cool as a cucumber. And he told me it's because because he remembers what happened on January 6th. And he brought up the fact that people have been talking online, conspiracy theories floating around about the assassination attempt that we know happened to the president. So this is a very fraught environment. And I think, covering the White House as well, in addition to Congress, it's clear the president wanted this to go on. Jamie Raskin actually said he was going to return inside because he told me the show must go on. So I think it's a resilience as well. But of course, the president realizing, as he said in his post with Secret Service, that was just not a safe environment, especially as they're still trying to figure out and process the scene, what happened, all of the exits, all of the entrances, all of the hundreds of people who are staying here completely unrelated to this event. I think this will be a security posture that we're going to see for some time tonight, and I think the president obviously going to address that soon.
And Julie, we do want to remind our viewers that the president, probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, will be making a statement from the White House briefing room.
Wow, that is fast, man. Donald Trump doesn't play around. He's going to have this done in
totally
like 10
unnecessary.
minutes.
Just has to say something.
An extraordinary evening. Julie, can you tell us
Yeah,
where
totally
you were
unnecessary.
sitting
You
in
definitely
that
got to
ballroom
get on it.
in relation to the president and to in the relation to the stage and that head table, and how the president's demeanor appeared to you as this was all happening?
Yeah, I'm going to be completely forthcoming. Where I was sitting, I was facing the stage. I was a couple of tables from the stage, so you could see the president well. You could see the press secretary. You could see the head of the White House Correspondents Association, fellow journalists, and the program was really just beginning, as I mentioned. I was talking to my colleague, Jose Diaz-Balart. We were just starting our meals, and we heard what sounded like gunshots, but in that moment could be anything. With the room so packed, you immediately eye the exits. I've been in this room before, as have my colleagues. This is a place, by the way, outside of the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Hey guys, get ready. I'm going to switch off of YouTube here in a little bit. I'm going to give you guys the kick link, or you guys can go to my brother's channel.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by
All right, so we're
Ace 44.
We're now just awaiting Donald Trump's statement right now. So yeah, he has something to say about it. He's gonna show up here. He says. Yeah, man. All right. Just wait.
And we were told to get down by Secret Service because they wanted to escort the VIPs out of the room, understandably so. I saw Speaker Johnson getting rushed out. He was maybe 2 tables to the right of me. I saw Tom Emmer, who's a member of House Republican leadership as well. He actually already has an injured leg. We've seen him the last couple of weeks rolling around on a little scooter in the Capitol. So they got him out later. I was already out from under the table when I saw him, being limped out, ushered out by police. But there were cops, Secret Service, jumping on our table, trying to get everybody out.
So
and it is
fresh,
reminiscent.
But Deborah Lee is saying at the White House Correspondent Dinner there was no metal detectors or no pat downs. Obviously, we know who she is. Full on Zaya, but
yeah.
So let's
and of course, he's invited to this thing as well.
But yeah, and look at this. Posting the strap after someone tries to kill the president is a choice. This is
wild. Bro. Yeah, like, dude, this fucking, what a dumbass, like, bruh. Like, and these thoughts get, like, all the invites, by the way. Like, they're they get all the positions.
Is she even a journalist?
I don't know what she is, bro. She's a Hezbollah agent for Israel, but it's like, these chicks, like, bro, they fucking, like, they have no talent. They just get it. They just get invited.
So is there a possibility that there is an Iranian involvement going on here? Okay, let's see here.
30, you just showed your ticket and you were able to completely get in. There was just no pat downs, no metal detectors, nothing going on. So really horrible setup.
Is that really true? Do you believe that? I don't know about that, man.
I mean, well, I'm not sure. It depends.
We don't know.
All right, guys,
right?
we don't know. Guys, I'm getting off YouTube. Either go to my brother's channel, which I tagged in the in my title.
Yeah, so what it looks like is a false flag operation that is going on right now. It is a false flag operation. There were no pat downs or metal detectors. Keep that in mind, right? Makes zero sense.
For me, open up a tab and my brother's channel, Riaz Report, you can check that out too. Get on YouTube now, though.
So right after the shooting, she posted this and then she deleted it and everybody's throwing it back in her face.
Yeah, they're probably cooking her right.
Yeah,
they're probably cooking her right. Yeah, good.
Yeah. Okay, so just to clarify too, to get back to the
these are Spencer whores, bro.
like pathetic. This makes sense. Everybody thought the shooter was dead. I think because he was hit. That's why his clothes were off, and then they obviously gave him aid or rendered aid. So he was hit. Everybody assumed he was dead. But
all right, so they rendered him aid, right? So he was on the verge of dying, and obviously, yeah, they helped him out and revived him as a result of that.
That seems a little bit far-fetched, but we will see what happens or continues to develop. Here, go ahead. Keep playing that. If that's live. Okay. Yeah.
Congressman, this is what they're trained to do. But
all right, guys, if you guys are just joining us, obviously we're covering the recent shooting right now while also covering the UFC. Initially, we're covering the UFC, and then we decided we're going to cover the shooting while we're covering the UFC as well. So,
did it feel under control, or did it feel completely panicked?
No, it felt under control. And again, we've covered these. Unfortunately, too many to count.
In my opinion, Arnell asked, did the shooter act alone? My opinion, probably not. And yeah, they're probably looking for the second person right now as we speak.
It actually just posted on X. I mentioned that I saw him and his wife, Kelly, get ushered out very quickly by Secret Service. I mean, within minutes. Of course, in those moments, it's hard to tabulate how much time passes because seconds feel like minutes and so forth. But he posted saying, Kelly and I were at the event tonight, and we're thankful no innocent people were harmed and everyone is now safe. And he said...
Yeah, that's a very good question, Aaron Maga, right? Will this affect the White House event? It will affect it in a way where they're now going to hype up security. They're going to beef up extra measures, and they're also going to exercise more caution on entry points and checkpoints and things of that nature, and also probably go full throttle with the background checks of the pre-planned guests that were coming. That's what I think is going to happen, right? I think they're going to beef up security even more. And who knows, maybe that's where the false flag comes from all this, right? As a way to create more tension in order to garner more security for the White House event or any event that's going on in the near future regarding the U.S. government facilities such as the White House or Capitol Hill.
Channel will come to kick. And obviously a lot of niggas love YouTube, so they're going to stay on YouTube, so it's fine.
For the sake of it, I'll just say very quickly,
Yeah.
Of course, there was a shooting at the Hilton Hotel for the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Donald Trump is okay. The three...
Aaron Maga says, that's what I was thinking too, yeah.
House Mike Johnson, and then, of course, Melania and Trump are fine. Secret Service apprehended the individual, and Trump is about to speak in maybe the next, 5 or 10 minutes.
All right, so Trump is about to speak in the next 5 or 10 minutes, and we're going to get a treat on that one because we're going to be right here and react to it while reacting to the UFC at the same time. Guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because not only am I covering UFC for you, but I'm also covering the breaking news that is going on right now.
Was killed, if the shooter was injured, what the situation was.
Definitely injured.
Law enforcement officials have told us that the threat no longer exists. So that's one of the big things that we are trying to understand. We also know that the president is going to speak about this probably in the next...
It's good that they caught him, bro. Normally, these things, the guy gets killed, bro, and the case dies with them. You know what I mean? So this is good that they actually got him.
In D.C. trying to
the
get
one
back
in Pennsylvania,
from where we...
Matt Crooks, exactly. Thomas Crooks, sorry.
Just across the street from the U.S. Capitol. There were numerous streets that were shut down. There was a helicopter that was circling the Hilton for a certain period of time. You saw SWAT teams rushing to the scene at that point. As Julie pointed out, there was also a bit of confusion as to whether or not they wanted people to stay in the building, if they wanted people to leave. I know in my case, our bosses instructed me to try and get back to the bureau as quickly as I could. So I made it through kind of a circuitous route through the bowels of the Washington Hilton and then left through a basement entrance to get out.
Maximus says Trump Eddie can't talk shit. Jacoby says ridiculous that they let some fucking chick talk about important details at the dinner. I put the bag in the fries. Okay, you guys are funny.
Yeah, what's your speculation? I mean,
exactly clear how they wanted to handle this.
Is going to be? You know, the next breaking line of news or the next narrative.
All right. Arnell asks, what was the shooter's nationality? So they're not saying anything about the shooter right now. And I think the reason for that is they want to gather more intelligence, right? They want to also make sure that there's not an extraterrestrial security threat. Like, for example, maybe what if it was let's say, an Iranian agent or a foreign agent working for X, Y, and Z, or maybe somebody that's working on their own as a lone wolf, or maybe somebody that's working for a terrorist organization. These are things that they don't really want to disclose in a current moment of time, but yeah, we'll find out soon enough.
Too early.
And I was struck, at the beginning of the dinner as we were walking in, the volume of people that you saw with earpieces.
All right, so the fight between Garcia and Hernandez just ended right now. We will be awaiting the official decision while we're also waiting for Donald Trump to speak. Elevator says Donald J. Trump is our president. All right, well, I'd like to tell you, Elevator Guide, that the sky is blue. And you want to know what else is blue? The ocean. And you want to know who else loves blue? Crips. So, tell me something that I don't know other than Donald J. Trump is our president. Is he the 47th president? Is he the 45th president? Yes, he is. Well, is he both the 45th and the 47th president? Yes, it is. Hello, Captain Obvious.
Yeah, Secret Service, the policy, you can't close your jacket so that they can draw their, obviously their firearms.
Nervous when I saw those law enforcement officers with their guns drawn, prepared to act if they needed to, which is just not something that you ever see happen, despite the fact that you see this level of law enforcement at events like these all the time. So
Here, let me read some chats very quickly.
That gave us a real understanding that
go ahead,
not a situation.
Beast says, sorry, but this stinks of a false flag, not falling for it. Third major SS failure in less than 2 years. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I don't know, man. We're gonna have to see what.
Yes, we are covering the fights right now, as we are also covering this. Right, I was initially watching the fights all day long. Somewhere between the main card is when I hopped in. About 1 hour into the main card, so 6 p.m. West Coast time, and then just about maybe 40 minutes ago is when I learned that this happened, and here we are.
Triple X says, hopefully a Jacob Rubenstein doesn't get to him. Okay. Thanks for the super chat, guys. Yeah, let's see the name.
Here we go. All right, breaking suspect in the White House correspondence interview identified as Boom Boom Boom. Video has emerged showing someone on the ground with Secret Service agents believed to be the alleged shooter taken into custody. Allen reportedly assembled a long weapon in an unsecured back room before opening fire near the magnetometer screening area. Law enforcement officer was struck in the vest during an incident. Trump lining all protectees confirmed safe.
So a white millennial, probably a leftist.
Yeah, probably.
Interesting.
Yeah, very, very interesting, actually.
All right. So it has now been confirmed. Let it be known that it has now been confirmed. All right. The identity of the shooter is a white male. So there it is. He is a white male. Let it be known that the identification of the shooter is a white male. Okay. Let me emphasize that again. The shooter that was found, okay, the shooter's identity is of a white male. So probably a millennial. Okay, and a lefty. Probably within the, is the shooter dead? No, the shooter is not dead. The shooter has been apprehended, but the shooter has been shot. So, yeah. And it's a white male millennial, probably a lefty liberal. Or, listen, here's the thing, right?
Hey,
but we don't know.
A lot of people are just going into, oh, it's a lefty liberal, but
there's a brownoid. So I don't know.
Shit,
I don't know, but take this all with a grain of salt. Right here. Can African American.
Found the nigga, bro. Yo, I already know this nigga crazy. What the fuck? Okay.
This is allegedly
What do you got?
Take this with a grain of salt, everybody. But
wait, hold on.
Yeah.
The shooter is allegedly a teacher.
Shout out to Arnell, man, with a $2 donation, man. Thank you so much for Darnell. Okay, so now we found the identity. Sorry. Hold on, right here.
With a grain of salt, everybody. This nigga looking mixed, man, if that's the case.
What the fuck? Oh, man.
This is, I don't know.
So it's a mixed dude. It's not even a black dude. It's a mixed dude.
Yo, I already know this nigga crazy, bro. Yo, how much you want to bet this a Wakanda nigga, bro?
It might be.
Yeah, this is a Wakanda nigga, bro.
This looks like an African American fella. A
Brown clown.
Good light skinned
Brown
fella.
clown. Hey,
But
man.
we don't know if that's really him. That's what I'm seeing right here. Someone said the shooter is a brownoid. So I don't know.
Shit,
I don't know. But take this all with a grain of salt. If you're watching, please don't run with this and talk. But this is what it seems like. You know, they probably ran his name on Facebook and all the socials and gathered these photos. So.
All right, so we don't know if that's the guy or not. They just said that they ran his name on socials, and this is the guy that popped up. Maybe that's not him. God forbid it's not him, man. The embarrassment on that dude. But yeah, man, Arnell, shout out to you and your donation on that one, man. Much appreciated, man. Shout out to you.
Bro, it took him 40 minutes. And that's what it is with mainstream news. It always takes him a while, so. Yeah, so the event did have security screening.
I'm gonna go with Zalal on this one by split decision. I think he's gonna be in for a hard fight, but I think that he gets it, man. Split decision. Let's see what happens tonight, Drizzy Goat. So we're covering Trump and the shooting at the White House, and also UFC fight night. I mean, listen, that is the only way a fight night can be exciting is if there is an incident that happened like this. So here we are.
Layla's awesome to listen to and learn from. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Show.
Runs in the family.
Go ahead, John.
Well, you have to admire Trump's courage. I mean, I haven't seen this kind of fearlessness.
According to his LinkedIn,
in a very, very long time.
It seems he gave a contribution to Kamala Harris' presidential campaign $25.
Situations that he should not have been subjected to.
Just $25?
I think that we're going to hear everything that Trump can tell us in these very, very early stages investigation.
John, there's one piece of information I'm just noticing came over the Reuters wire a couple moments ago while we were talking, so catching up here. An FBI official, that's the agency you used to work at, obviously, is telling Reuters that the suspect fired initially at a Secret Service agent. That would presume because the Secret Service statement, and this is now the suspect that was taken down, the Secret...
I'm actually going with Dumont on that one. So are you going with Zalal or Sterling for the main event?
Service would be manning those X-ray and metal detectors. At that, Mac, tell us, the gun, it shouldn't have been in this unsecured room, come through, and either missed or was stopped.
Trained or had a very thorough plan.
Aaron asks, who do you have between Protests and JDM? I'm going to go with JDM on that one by decision. So I will be doing, a coverage on that one right now. But right now we got Dumont versus Edwards right now. I believe this is the co-main event, is it not? Are we in the co-main event right now? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we are in the co-main event. Yes, I got Protest by KO. Wow. He says, how do you turn on chat on YouTube? Well, it's on right now. So I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, it is on. So you mean chat for you or on your channel, or you mean on this one? Because, I mean, you're already chatting away if that's what you're asking. So let me know. Or if maybe you're asking if I'm able to read the chat. Either way, here we are, man. But yeah, man, Drizzy Goat, you got Protest by second round knockout.
A major presidential candidate. So there's probably a charge for the president. So they're going to probably hit him with the one of the president, attempted assassination of the president.
Do I play play-by-play? Well, I mean, I can do a play-by-play for the fight. I'll do that for the Dumont-Edwards fight and in the main event right now. So
this guy's a felon. We'll have to see that. And then we don't know if the firearm has a serial number. But what I know for a fact, he's definitely going to get hit with assaulting a federal officer, maybe even attempted murder, because he shot one, and then possession of a firearm and furtherance of crime of violence, and then attempted assassination of a major thing. Now, the thing is, attempted assassination of a president statute.
Is that a laptop? Yes. What do you mean? Yeah, that is a laptop. What do you mean by that? That I'm using a laptop right now? Sure. Yes.
After getting a second round. Okay, 18 USC 1751 presidential and presidential staff assassination, kidnapping, and assault. Yeah, this is what he's going to get hit with more than likely. Because there's one for a presidential candidate. This one is for the president. So this is what he'll probably get hit with. Similar to what Ryan Routh got hit with. Because as you guys know, Ryan Routh, for those of you that don't know, Ryan Routh is a guy that tried to shoot Trump while he was golfing with Steve Witkoff back in September of 2024, if you guys recall. On the UFC. So, El-Kheer says controlled aggression is the key to victory. Back to it. Fifth straight finish. And then you already know what it is. It is straight to Panama. So by the way, this is his LinkedIn. R&R, guys. Yes, second fight. You guys LinkedIn? Cole Allen, yeah, so.
All right, here we go.
Engineer, scientist, teacher. Obviously from LA or California as a whole, which was confirmed as well. And from Caltech, and then this is more confident. This is him again, teacher of the month.
Is it confirmed it's actually him? That's him?
Well, that's what everybody's lining up the name with who they saw in the photo. So again, this is all speculation based off of this photo, but
bro, if it's not him, this nigga's life is about to get cooked.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, we'll see. I don't know. It's on Suleiman's Twitter, so we'll see.
That nigga's about to get cooked.
Arnell, I think the answer is that he was going for everybody that was in that room. But in particular, we have to find out who the shooter is first. We have to confirm if that light-skinned dude really is Cole Allen, the guy that they are saying did the shooting. That's what we're just trying to find out right now. And that if that's the case, then yeah, that's what we're running with. But yeah, we're just trying to figure it out right now. Because the more that we know, the more that we'll understand what his motivation was and also what his particular target was going to be. Now, if he was, let's say, lefty liberal leaning, shooter or whatever, then obviously his whole entire prerogative was to go after Trump. If he was, let's say, an Islamic extremist, then his whole entire prerogative would have been that whole entire room if he could. Now, that's just the only thing that we're trying to understand. So motivation, who it is behind that motivation is a very important thing to try and assess as we are also witnessing the Dumont versus Jocelyn Edwards fight right now as we're covering this at the same time. We're still waiting on Trump, by the way, to make his entrance because he wants to respond immediately after the shooting. So
prevented the Department of Homeland Security, Rob, from having full funding for over 70 days. Your final point.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's just the kind of cherry on top of all of it. Yeah. Is, the protection angle, because certainly I don't know if it would have been any better.
All right, so there you go, right? Maybe there's a false flag operation going on because certain departments, whether that would be the FBI or maybe the Secret Service, are not getting the proper funding. So as a result of that, maybe they are willing to commit a false flag operation in order to increase their funding. Who knows? He says, why do you like Dumont on this one? I just think that she has a better record, right? Which means she has a little bit less on the clock, right? And I also think that her jiu-jitsu is going to come into play in this one. I think that the grappling aspects of this fight is going to be very important in the outcome of the matchup.
They're not playing. Look at this shit. Get the fuck off the stage. Yeah, that's a different angle because obviously everybody saw the same angle from that camera on the left side, I think. So,
yep.
And we'll see how she can mix in.
And that this is the situation.
And the President of the United States will be live. You can see at the bottom of the screen there. That is the White House briefing room. We're showing video above that.
Okay, so from the briefing room, okay.
Yeah, Cole Thomas Allen search in Israel at 3:12 EDT today. Screenshot attached. It's a real. Check it out on Google. President filter Israel live. Bro, what the fuck?
From over an hour ago, when the President and First Lady were rushed off the stage along with the Vice President and other dignitaries. And now
they're going to try and save face for the midterms by saying, see how crazy the leftists are, vote Republican.
Yeah, I assumed that was what people were going to try and say. Yeah.
There you go. There's another false flag operation story right there, right? The Republicans are going to blame this on the leftists because they know that they will be losing in the upcoming November election. So that could be a possibility right there.
Out as well. And could you imagine a widow after your husband was assassinated just in September, and now you hear gunshots again at an event where there's all these politicians and high-profile event. I mean, this obviously the violence has to stop, but also the dangerous rhetoric.
She actually was not at an event last week that Vance went out because it was just too hot for her to be there. And Carrie Lake is joining us now on the telephone. She was also in the room this evening there when shots rang out, another attempted assassination of President Trump. Carrie, it's great to have you. Bianca and Ed here. Just walk.
Arnell says Netanyahu has cancer. Is that right? Is that a confirmed news? Let me know if that is a confirmed news right there, Arnell. That is very interesting to hear. I don't know if you're saying that from a particular news source, if you're saying that from your own brain, or if you've actually have credible sources to cite that as a reality. Let me know in the comment section below.
And a huge win for him. But I also knew I was walking into a room of 90% of the people who despise the president. They're members of the fake news. And I expected to see scrutinizing of my ticket, my identification to be shown as if I were to show up at an event like I have many times at the White House and other events. They take a look at your ID. They check their database. This was so lax tonight. And I thought, wow, how weird. Like, they asked for my ticket. I pulled it out. I didn't even show them the front of the ticket. They saw the back of the ticket, and they were like, fine, go on in. And, let's think about it. I was surrounded by people who work for CNN. Think what CNN has been spewing for years against CNN. There's a lot of people who despise the president in that room, and to have security that lax.
Okay, we're going to find out if Netanyahu actually has cancer. Oh, Israel Prime Minister Israel Netanyahu reveals cancer diagnosis wow. Okay, so it is true. Okay, this is true. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced as of April 24, 2026 that he has been successfully treated for early stages of prostate cancer. Okay, so it's in the early stages. Obviously, if you can catch it early, then yeah. Treatment Netanyahu underwent targeted radiation therapy approximately 2.5 months ago. He noted that he continued to work through the short treatment sessions. Current status, his medical team at the Hadassah Medical Center confirmed that the recent imaging and laboratory tests show no traces of the liaison. Okay, so, all right.
Being rushed out. President by then was already rushed out. Vice President was rushed out. And there were incredible amounts of Secret Service military that were taking charge of the room. I don't know if they captured whoever was the instigator. They have.
He is
That's
in
great
custody.
news.
There's a report, though, that an officer was shot in a bullet-resistant vest. He's expected to be okay, Carrie. But
okay, so an officer was also shot, and at the same time, he was able to keep himself alive through a bulletproof vest. So there you go, guys. Stay dangerous. Rock that bulletproof vest.
And I looked at him and I said, how dare you? You have caused so much division in this country, pushing lies. I said, we're not going to call it gaslighting anymore. You've lied to the people. How dare you do that? And I saw so many people from all of these news outlets who just spread abject lies about President Trump over the years. They're part to blame of this, and I don't mean to get dramatic tonight.
All right, well, there you go. Right, here again, the blame game.
American, I'm tired of it, and I'm tired
People
of
are too harsh on. I mean, I get it. They're ripping on Erica right now, man.
They always do, bro.
There's a video of her being ushered out, and I guess she's
couldn't
crying.
sit there silent and walk out next to somebody like a Jake Tapper and act like he's a good guy.
Yes.
These
Well, how the media, Carrie, to your point, handles this story, and whether they tell the truth.
Go ahead. Yeah. Let's see. So, The Good Life says, Myron, I always watching Little Bros account. Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate it. C-Band's Lifestyle. This is for sure an attempt to get his base/fans back. What do you think? I don't believe in politics. I mean, look, I'll give light to the theory. Of course, this will bolster his image in some way, make it seem like he's this martyr, like he's always attacked and he always makes it on the other end. You can, of course, theorize in that direction.
Another historic season.
However, a Secret Service member was shot. The guy was shot, so that kind of foils that in a way. But I do.
Yeah, that is a very good point, right? Somebody who was involved in this whole entire security apparatus, i.e., the Secret Service, was affected and ultimately was killed due to Trump. Just like the firefighter that was shot in Butler, obviously Trump survived, but we often forget that a firefighter was also involved in that and ultimately cost him his life. So that's the reality of this situation.
By the way, Myron, David's parents did it. I think he's referring to the singer. His parents did something. He's referring to the case.
Oh, I mean, well, yeah, he basically, they caught him. He has CP on his phone.
Yeah,
from that girl,
which was crazy. Like tons of it allegedly. Thanks for this chat, guys.
United States of America. Now, if he's just alerting people, to the
Caitlin Collins is there.
Idea that, hey, I'm addressing this directly from Scott Duffy. He's a retired FBI supervisory special agent, and Scott is kind enough to join us. You can see some of the reporters in the briefing room and
here's very quick, just because it's kind of all over.
Scott,
this is Erica Kirk being ushered out.
Okay.
Everybody's ripping on her.
Oh, there's Erica Kirk right there. Hold on, watch this.
And Scott is kind enough to join us. You can see some of the reporters in the briefing room and here's
very quick, just because it's kind of all over.
Scott,
this is Erica Kirk being ushered out.
Okay.
Everybody's ripping on her.
I just want to go find
That's that.
Drewski needs to get on that. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. That's what he needs to get on, Drewski. Come on, man. Holler at me, Drewski. You need to get on that, right? I just want to go home. Erica Kirk. I just want to go
literally,
home.
It would make sense to cry like that. It's her, bro. Like, she's at a public place and she hears gunshots again. You know what I mean? So,
some sources are saying he had both a shotgun and a handgun, but we'll wait for that to be confirmed.
Yeah, everyone is screaming, she's so fake, bro. Nigga, like, her husband.
Yes, elevator guide rails has guide rail. Elevator has guide rails. Now I see why your name is Elevator has guide rails. Yes, because Erica Kirk was the wife of the late Charlie Kirk. Yes. Donald Trump was the 47th president. Yes. The sky is blue. Yes. The ocean is blue. Yes. Blood is red. Yes. Captain Obvious. Hello.
It was a
obviously after the whole Kirk situation, she was oddly back into action.
Al Myron said, "Yo, get the fuck out of my chat, you bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking enjoy the shadow realm."
He called Myron a simp because because Myron was supporting Erica Kirk.
Anti-Semites look like shit, you fucking dumbass. Okay, I'm a high IQ anti-Semite. You're a low IQ one. You make us look like fucking retards with your stupid shit. Jews, Jews, Jews. You niggas are like the Alex Jones fucking meme. Jew. It's like, bro, what is wrong with y'all? Are you stupid? And then some other dude said, "El Simple, get the fuck out of my chat, you bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here." Oh man, God forbid that I'm a fucking human being and like I feel sorry for a woman whose husband was fucking.
And God forbid that I want to make fun of her for being over dramatic.
No, I was just going to say, look, she obviously took to the media very quickly after it happened and seemed okay. And of course, that's not the most sightly thing that has happened since the assassination. But at the same time, I mean, her husband was killed, for better or worse.
Yeah, bro.
People obviously conspiracize and say, oh, well, she did it, that's neither here nor there, nor is it confirmed. But what we do know is she's no stranger to these, public shootings and things like that. So it would make sense that she's a little bit more emotional. That's all we're saying. Of course, people are
unlike you retarded niggas, we go off evidence, bro. That's why I'm going to go to the trial and look at what's going on. I don't know what actually happened. I told you guys already. The official narrative has problems, right? But the conspiracy theories have problems too. We don't have a definitive real timeline.
So that's important to know, right? Before we jump in any conclusions of these things, we have to understand that, yes, there is nothing definitive. There is no public information from a source of rightful authority to give you the right answers, i.e. the Secret Service, i.e. the guys who are actually there, i.e. the fact that they have to keep everything under wraps for investigative reasons, for maybe even national security reasons. So there's just a lot that you don't know yet. And it does baffle me when you run across guys that are like, oh, well, I know what I'm talking about. I know what's going on. Oh, this is a false flag operation. Straight up, I know. Well, how do you know? Well, trust me, bro. Like, that's how they're going to try to convey this message to you. Trust me, bro. I know that it's a conspiracy theory. I know that it's a false flag operation. You don't really know, do ya? You don't really fucking know, do ya, lad? Do ya? You don't really fucking know? He says, Charlie Kirk, well, yes, we know this, my man. 25, by the way, not 24. Was it 24? It was 20. Yeah, it was 25.
Situations like Butler, the shooter was killed, and we didn't get.
There you go. I caught you on a wrong year. 25, my man, not 24.
Who the person is involved, I wasn't going to reserve comments to be clear, but obviously there's a lot of hate online. There's the media showing a lot of hate.
Wow, so this is a part of a larger timeline. I'm reading this now. It's just kind of something that we don't realize until we kind of look at it on paper. So you have Thomas Crooks in Butler, then you have Ryan Ralph, the golf course situation.
I think everybody should be
the Mar-a-Lago issue. Remember when we covered that? When he tried to breach Mar-a-Lago with, I believe, a shotgun? And then now, of course, his dinner. So that's like 4 times now. That there was some sort of attempt on Trump's life.
Before we make more judgments about what was involved.
Right. Absolutely. And Chris, you know,
but we
some
had
people have said...
Ray was there, very concerned with the British ambassador on our table. But, you know, they're all concerned about the heightened security risk around the president. Franklin, I know, is very, you know, praying for the president at the time, told me that. Continue to work and monitor the situation.
You know, there's so many festivities planned this year, Chris, for 250th America. You know, this is a time where there's going to be a lot of events that Americans will want to go to, big crowds. I mean, there were some, we spoke to Rob Smith.
Like the UFC event in June 14th.
You thought the level could have been, you know, was there anything you took away with all the dignitaries that were there with you at our table this evening? You're walking in. Did you feel that security was sufficient, or did anything...
Eliminated the threat pretty quickly. I could hear gunshots. There were some people that kept saying, oh, there were no gunshots. So I heard at least 2, maybe
Trump's
3.
taking a while. Probably because he's getting very, very intentional directions not to say anything he's not supposed to say.
Yeah. I know the shooter's brother, actually.
Chris, there's
say some
online
bullshit
right now. Megan
All right, we got about one more round between the Dumont and the Jocelyn Edwards fight. Let me know who you guys have winning on that fight right now.
I had to shout around a bunch of niggas. Enjoy, guys. All of you guys that got shot around. Niggas got sent to the nether realm.
A lot of heat for having private donors put...
Your soul is mine now.
Your kick has to come after the hand needs to come out first, and then you start kicking.
This together.
I gotta find a way to get the sound effects so that you can hear them, bro. God damn it.
And the president has made...
Yes, 2025. That is the correct year.
So wait.
Not only will be beautiful, as he says, but it will be secure, and there'll be a bunker under it. And that the threat matrix, Chris, has changed a lot in just the last few years.
New photo of suspect close up. Okay.
Well, I don't know, Megan.
Okay, let's see if we were right.
But
let's confirm.
I think it's premature to make
I got
ballroom. I'm not sure how that happens with this. The president could be anywhere and have the security. I'm not sure the ballroom ameliorates that situation. Look, the press has a right to criticize the ballroom if they want. It's a free country, right? But you know,
by the way, not to jump off the topic, but you ratioed Patrick McDavid pretty bad when he asked who he would like on the podcast. So we'll see what happens there. That's interesting.
Yeah, bro. If I go, I'll bring you with me, bro.
Yeah, that'll be lit.
Here we go. Just because he's identified as California, okay, his motives or whatever. If you're not,
all right. So we had the right guy.
So it looks okay. So we're not going to get sued for defamation. Fantastic. Shooter's a teacher. Yep. They're getting ready for this. What the fuck? He got banned? Why?
I don't know. I just saw that as well. So he's...
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app.
All right, third round so far for Jocelyn Edwards and Dumont.
I haven't seen any crazy clips.
What the? Of course, but this bitch. This bitch is so retarded, bro.
Yeah, she's an idiot. So for those of you who don't know, she's like some pro-Israeli Zionist who Trump sometimes glazes, Deborah Lee.
All right, so as we're covering the White House situation right now, we also got Edwards and Dumont in the third and final round right now of our co-main event for UFC Fight Night, as we are also awaiting Donald Trump to get up on stage and let us know exactly what happened here. So. Not a lot of grappling exchanges during this fight. Okay, some front kicks spammed right there by Edwards.
I find that thing. Oh, okay.
Thing to see a man.
All right.
All right, here we go. We got Donald Trump on right now.
Multiple weapons.
Make it full screen.
And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent, and we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
That nobody's ever seen before.
A tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But setting crowd, there was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage.
Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. That's it. He posted that on Truth Social. He's been captured.
Yeah, he did.
They've gone to his apartment. I guess he lives in California.
Yes, this guy is definitely mixed race,
very sick
black
person.
and white, no doubt.
And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage.
All right, Jocelyn Edwards has won by decision right now as we're covering UFC as well. Jocelyn Edwards has won by decision.
Which I will say, I've been saying what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Lynch, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we could take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady.
No questions for the President.
Rather traumatic experience.
Get that old nigga back.
There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was...
Drizzy Goat, man. Hey, big ups to you. You got that one, man. You got that one correct. I really thought that Dumont was going to have the better grappling. That wasn't the case. But here we are, man. Here we are, man. Congrats. I hope you won some money on it. I don't know if you did or not, but let me know in the comment section below regardless.
This protocol, they said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much, and Todd Blanche, please.
Attorney General.
UAG, yep.
Yeah, he's acting, but he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it.
Mr. President, tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do.
All right, we shall see in the main event, all right? We will cover the main event right now as we are also covering the White House shooting right now. So I am covering the main event while this is going on right now. Congratulations to Jocelyn Edwards and her win, obviously. So big ups. There's a light heavyweight champion of the world right there. All right, here we go.
Supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their job.
Yes, Drizzy, that we can agree on. He said, I still have Kamzat to sub Sean, bro. He's too big and strong for him. Right. I like how you spelled Kamzat wrong right there.
Tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and
federal for real.
So we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on...
Hey guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It's not only we are covering the main event for UFC Fight Night tonight, but we are also covering White House shooting that is going on right now. Hit the like button, guys.
on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them, and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back.
This nigga's not getting fired, bro.
And that is a changing dynamic in this country.
He's not getting fired.
What an ass kisser.
He's not getting fired, bro.
Swiftly subdue and take down the suspect and safeguard.
For those of you under a rock, this is the director of the FBI.
Yes, he is drinking on the job, but it's like an event where you can drink, I suppose, right? Let me know if that's the case right there, Working Bum.
Is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us.
The very best of America tonight.
Here with the President and Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are...
Okay, that's a good point, Working Bum. Yeah, I'll agree to that, right? Even if he is at a ballroom event, yeah, I think he should maintain a certain level of professionalism, right? I mean, look, I know gang members that would not smoke weed around other gang members or places that are in danger like that, right? Let alone here you have an FBI agent who is the head of the FBI and drinking on the job. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
He started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership, Attorney General.
All right, guys, we are on our way to our main event between Yusuf Zalal and Aljamain Sterling right now. We're covering both right now, okay?
Homeland Secretary Mullen, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you.
So, really quick
here.
We'll
do a couple, and then we go to...
Okay.
Questions.
I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. After that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly, and I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agent.
All right, shout out to you, Rip Cisco. Let me know what part of the world you're from, man.
Were telling us to get down. Can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. Happened to me a little bit.
Here we go.
And that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't reached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police
all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand it was.
What the hell?
Uh-oh, that's the
Did
live.
we just lose the feed?
Yeah, we just lost the feed.
Yep. Yep. Let me go somewhere else.
Let's go to Fox, maybe.
Clint assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And
yep, got it.
I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know,
to be honest with you, a little bit of a victim blaming, right? Hey, why does this keep happening to you? Right? It's kind of like asking, you know, a person who's been, I don't know, violated in the most gruesome way possible, right? In the most innocent way possible that doesn't deserve it. Why does this keep happening to you? Is it because you're constantly wearing a short skirt outside, or I don't know, man. You know, it's kind of a weird thing to say or a weird thing to ask.
I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most. You take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But
Malcolm X, maybe. Malcolm X is one example.
The people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink indoor?
No, well, but then you just don't do events. Now I can't do that. I have done a lot. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting. That's right. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Were your threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. I had to go through a lot. We had resources.
Spring says Democrats are nuts. Well, look, we don't know the guy's political motivation yet. We do know he's from California, light-skinned black dude. But let's wait a bit and see if he really is a Democrat or not. By the way, we got the main event for the UFC going on right now as we are covering this.
All over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. Who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there's no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead, Kevin.
Political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California, and they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you,
Did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was
in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several details take minutes to be escorted out the room.
Yeah, I agree, man.
That wasn't the best response. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job.
Listen, it's called connecting, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore, and it works.
This country, great. That's where I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of.
Working Bum says, why do they have a tip line if they have him arrested? Shouldn't be hard to get a warrant for his phone and computer at this point. Human intelligence is still an underrated data to have. Remember that. That's my best answer to that. Human intelligence is still an important data to have, and I think that is the reason why they are putting out a tip line to see if they can gather any human intelligence, because it's heavily underrated. But yeah.
A couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot there.
By the way, that's a good question that's a very good question by that last journalist.
You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there, but even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that.
All right, round one between Yusuf Zalal and Aljamain Sterling is happening right now, guys. Round one.
Beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But, no, that was... So, in a sense, you know, that was pretty amazing.
Okay, so we got round one right now with Aljamain Sterling and Yusuf Zalal, guys.
They should have had that covered. Tonight, they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just that's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison.
Aljamain Sterling circling around the cage right now as Yusuf Zalal goes for a jab. Round one, 352, 351 of the first round.
Sick people, but you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession.
Oh, man.
I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job.
Hey, there it is, man. Listen, you know what? Like him or not, man, you know, Donald Trump still knows how to charm a room. You know what I mean? Like, that's why he is, like, heavily supported by people even when he does wrong, because he knows how to be a very charming SOB.
It's part of the job. It is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happening. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened to
Aljamain Sterling just knocked down Yusuf Zalal right now. Now Aljamain Sterling is right on top of Yusuf Zalal with a half guard position. Now in a butterfly guard position, 145, 144, 133 of the first round.
over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of, members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business?
Yeah.
Do politics in America anymore?
Yeah. Well,
what does that say about our country?
We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world.
Yusuf Zalal is looking for a triangle choke right here. He's looking at triangle choke Aljamain Sterling right here. Aljamain Sterling's doing a very good job of blocking this.
You look at South America, like, some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon. And they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year.
All right, so one round. I mean, he's just going off about the economy right now when he should be talking about the shooting. So round number one so far, pretty even round. I would probably give that to Aljamain Sterling for the first round.
In my term, wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year, and I said, we're gonna have to make a
journey. This dude turns every answer to a bragging fest.
They're gonna have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was...
And going on about his accomplishments. Guys, you know, I am the best president ever. Greatest president ever. I did it right. I did it my way. Just like a Frank Sinatra song. I did it my way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President.
Round number two between Yusuf Zalal and Aljamain Sterling right now.
To the hotel, and also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else.
Controlled by darkness, Faid Taiz says. Elaborate more on that, Faid, if you may, please.
I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Can we hear from her about?
Would you want to say something?
In the back.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership. What is the message that you want to the world?
Who in the Jeetville is this?
What measures can we take from here on?
Budget!
I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur.
That nigga was fast. I have the footage here after this.
It was very
the
way they got him. Because a lot of people would be looking and saying,
look.
It's like
Yep.
a weird feeling.
To run through them.
And they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. We really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But
Iran did not need to be brought up at all during this entire press conference. Spent 5 minutes talking about it.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, so all right, I guess let's give our thoughts very quickly.
Speak after shot.
Yeah, here, firstly, I want to show you guys, if you got a chance to see it already, then whatever, but in case you missed it, very quickly, I thought this was funny. This is the, I suppose, CCTV footage from the hotel, I guess, lobby or somewhere outside. Of course, a bunch of security personnel, Secret Service, police were here, and you can see the alleged shooter, well, actually, the shooter running through here. So here he is, and looks like this guy took aim, one behind him, and then whoever's in front probably shot him, took him down, and then rendered aid. So I guess his plan or his whole MO was to just sprint through and miraculously get inside and get a shot on the president.
Yeah, just shoot.
Yeah. So good thing they got him, because, I mean, if they missed those shots, maybe there wasn't much ground to cover left. But I just wanted to quickly say, I already smell, and I'll read chats here in a moment. I know I got a bunch. I already smell 2 conspiracies that are going to be created out of the midst of thin air from this, which is...
All right, let's hear what those conspiracies are.
Trump planned this so he can have an excuse for the ballroom.
Okay.
Because the Hilton Hotel is not secure enough. Okay, that's the first thing
Trump
I imagine a lot of
made
people are going to run with.
excuses for the ballroom, maybe.
To the credit of that theory is not too bad, I guess.
All right.
And then
what's
the other
one?
theory is this is some sort of attempt to bolster his unfrightened, wavering faith. And so that the Democrats are violent. We need to make sure we keep the House and the Senate. We can't let these people win in the midterms. They try to kill me 4 times, whatever it is. So, I mean, that's kind of what I see is going to be weaponized from this instance. Of course, it's hard to say now because all of the information about, I guess, what was his name, Alan Cole, will come out tomorrow.
All right, so that's a very good point right there, right? That is how people are going to try to weaponize this as a conspiracy theory, right? They're either going to use this as a way of saying, well, look at Donald Trump and the chaos that he causes in America, right? That is one narrative. The other narrative is take a look at the fact that you have these crazy Democrats that are committing all of these shootings, and right in time for the midterm election in November, to which many people are saying that the Republicans are losing on the polls, right? Or at least are projecting them to lose based on the unpopular decisions that have been made by MAGA and his, and his other cohorts within the MAGA movement. So I can understand and see how they would use that as a narrative. So it can be used either way, right? The right-wing narrative or the left-wing narrative. And just like with anything in politics, it is all used to be weaponized, even if a security breach issue like this should not be a party issue. It should be a bipartisan issue, if anything. But on any regard, here we are right now with Aljamain Sterling, round number 3 against Yusuf Zalal. He takes Yusuf Zalal down. Yusuf Zalal right now is looking for a guillotine choke as we are just covering this situation with Donald Trump right now and his press conference that he just made. So, oh wow, there's Yusuf Zalal right there. He's got a tight guillotine on Aljamain. Aljamain Sterling gets out of it. Now he still has it on him. Really looking to submit Aljamain Sterling here. All right, there's Yusuf Zalal right on top right now. Okay, Yusuf Zalal maintaining top position right now. All right, let's go back and see what else is going on here.
Probably sooner than what the time is now. So we'll see what comes about. But it seems like this was just some deranged leftist who hated Trump, right? Guys from California, mixed race, bleeding heart progressive. And this is kind of the MO. We were talking about this 2 days ago on stream that, progressives have to progress their ideology via violence because, of course, that's the only thing they can kind of string to in order to effectuate some sort of change. But yeah, that's what I sense is going to come about in the next 24 to 48 hours. And of course, Trump is going to use this as a bragging right all the way into November. But unfortunately for him, it's still not going to negate the fact that the war in Iran was a horrible idea. But I mean, what do you think? What are your thoughts initially? I know it's fresh, but anything kind of strike as weird for you?
I really want to get this guy's motivation. They're doing search warrants. I'm interested to see what they're going to find. It's actually, they're moving very fast. The fact that they already got warrants hitting his house right now. So yeah. Louis 26, bro, I got home from work at 8 CSC and you dead ass said I'm about to end the stream and then boom.
Yeah, wow. I wonder what you're saying wow to. Are you saying wow because of the White House shooting? Hey, I told you guys, right? During the Iran war, what did we say about the UFC White House card, right? We said that there's going to be some issues going on with the UFC White House card, right? As a result of the Iran war. Now, obviously, this guy, I'm going to assume, yeah, he's not a Muslim, right? He's definitely not a Shia, right? So if he is a Muslim, definitely not a Shia. I'm talking about the shooter, right? The light-skinned shooter, right? But you can point and look at the direction as to say that his motivation, his prime motivation, is that of, well, the decisions made by the Iran war. Again, we don't know what his full motivation is, right? They are working fast right now to investigate. Obviously, he's a Californian, right? Yeah, more reason for people to, use political stereotypes against our state. Like, as if people forget that this is the state of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Ronald Reagan. You know what I mean? They just remember, oh, lefty liberals, Gavin Newsom, and all these crazy actors that, lean left, right? That is the political stereotype that they have going on. But California is a lot more, diverse than that. But we do have a lot of crazy liberals, though, that we can't deny. So, Yusuf Zalal right now on the bottom, while has the back of Aljamain Sterling looking to get a rear naked choke with just about 11 seconds left. 11 seconds left into the third round right now. One, and there it is. Championship rounds coming up. Yeah, man. So, very interesting turn of events that's going on here.
Hope shit happens. Yeah, I'm still here. Can't stop. Chris says, now they're trying to scrub it from the site. Okay, the Israel thing. This nigga Rerum is messy. Bro just posted Cash Patel's girlfriend was seen hiding and holding hands with another man during the shooting. Yeah, I saw that. The Trump attempts hit.
What? Yo, Cash Patel, man. Oh my God, man. I'm holding hands with another. Oh my goodness.
Vince McMahon's WWF staging all over it. Obviously wearing a very good bulletproof vest, made in the USA. Trump voice, yeah, fucking hilarious.
GP Singh, if I were to be friends, I would give you these nicknames: Nighthawk, Mustard Guzzler, and Weenie Warrior. Okay, so you're probably not happy with I don't know what you're not happy by, but Mustard Guzzler and Weenie Warrior. Okay. How about this, right? How about you get sad to the Shadow Realm? Thank you, come again. There it is.
Yeah.
All right, we got round number 4 coming up against Yusuf Zalal and Aljamain Sterling right now.
Bro's hilarious, dude. He's just yeah, the most entertaining president. Quick word, Rihanna, I'm gonna read a quick little ad. If you want to read your chats, go ahead.
I'll read my chats. Go for it.
You can mute me on your side so I don't interrupt.
All right, so I got some super chats here. Let me quickly read these while Myron's doing his ad. If you're new here, please sub to the channel. We always cover news as quick most of the week, so you won't get ads anymore. Let's read some chats. I'm just playing around. All right, Ash Peace Power says, Trump about to say them Dems want me dead. Exactly. Yeah, I think he's going to weaponize that rhetoric going forward, especially.
And I think that's a very dangerous rhetoric for him to say, because just because there are radical lefties out there, it doesn't mean that his opponents in the Democrat Party, but you never know. You never know. I mean, it's not like he doesn't have any warrant or reason to believe that they're not trying to off him, right?
Closer to November.
By the way, Aljamain Sterling has the back of Yusuf Zalal right now, the way that Yusuf Zalal had his back earlier, now looking for a rear naked choke as he's pounding away, throwing strikes from the back. No diddy.
Texas Dub says, do you think an attack on Trump will reunite his MAGA base, or is it too late because of the Iran war? I think it's way too late. I don't think the guy got close enough to really threaten Trump's life for there to be...
That's a very good question. Yes, yeah. I don't think they're going to rally around him. I think that the right is forever divided, and if there is one thing that those boys from that part of the world and Trump will share, is that they will forever be known as the party that has divided the Republican Party.
Be some sort of rally around the flag effect. So I don't think that will come about. But it depends on his motives, right? We'll see his motives. I'm sure the guy is left-leaning. You know, he went to Caltech. He's a bleeding heart liberal. Looks to be mixed race. I mean, kind of the same run-of-the-mill progressive who has violent motives. That's what it seems like on his face right now. However, we don't have all the news and the facts. We'll gather his motivations in the next 24 to 48 hours, and then we'll have a full conclusion.
Oh, my goodness. Yusuf Zalal is about to get choked out. Oh, no, he's actually doing a good job of defending it. Never mind. All right, 2:45 left into the 4th round right now. Oh, man, he's trying... Oh, he's got him rolled over. Yeah, this is a terrible position. Plus, he's got the figure 4 body lock on him right now. DC said he's never locked a body triangle before. All right, 2 minutes left into the second round right now. All right, now Aljamain Sterling got him. Okay, he's still maintaining that same back position right now. All right, let's get back to the Trump thing real quick.
NHK says, LMFAO, Iran watching this thinking, you worried about us, you got bigger problems in your country. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we really do, and it's political violence, and it's not getting better. Mo Camera Short says, we got a cow whisperer as FBI director. Okay, very funny. So, yeah, that is currently the situation. I'm going to show you guys some stuff on screen here. Okay, Myron's back. Yo, I was going to show... Yep. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's confirmed that this guy's photos is really him. Do we have full confirmation that this is the guy, the mixed race guy that we showed earlier?
Yeah, that's got to be him. Yeah, because right. Trump showed the picture on his True Social of him.
Oh yes, correct. So this is him. Let's pull this up because got a lot of people who are probably just tuning in. So this is the shooter, and it's no longer alleged. Of course, this is the photo that Trump put on Truth Social in typical Trump fashion. So this is him on the ground, obviously after being apprehended or shot. I guess he was shot. And then, let's see, Suleiman actually had this post up. All right, well.
20 seconds left.
So, all right, real quick, some idiot on my chat says, Myron, your mic is very low. Fuck you, you're trolling. Enjoy the Shadow Realm.
And then, this is his LinkedIn. Again, game developer, engineer, scientist, teacher. Guy seems to be from California.
Wow, so he was a game developer. Imagine if he was responsible for developing GTA 6. By the way, we're heading into the 5th round right now. We'll add Jermaine Sterling and Yusuf Zalal.
And also, public records show that he donated to Kamala Harris's campaign previously. And then this is a close-up picture of him. And moving forward, Teacher of the Month award. Somebody pulled this from some sort of social. But yeah, this seems to be the guy. This is him here, Cole Allen, and it matches up very...
Yeah, Sterling winning, bro. I just went 2-0 U today. 2-0 U today. Did I say... Who did I say? I think I changed my pick on this one, right? Initially, I was going to go with Aljamain Sterling by decision. And then today, I changed my pick to Yusuf Zalal. So, yeah, you're right. You are 2-0 on me today, man. Shout out to you.
Very well with Trump's picture of him kissing the ground when he was apprehended by Secret Service and police. So, yeah, that's the guy. We got African-American, kind of, I guess. Seems to be mixed race. But
we got what's it called? It looks like the chief of police for DC is on right now.
Oh, let's take a listen.
All right. Yeah. We got the chief of police in DC right now as we got the 5th round going on right now.
Men rushed a Secret Service checkpoint in a lobby at the hotel. Secret Service agents stopped the suspect. An agent was injured and transported to a local hospital where the agent is receiving care. The suspect is also transported to a local hospital where he is being evaluated.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured...
We are so very thankful to members of law enforcement who did their jobs tonight and made sure that all guests were safe. We have no reason to believe at this time that anyone else was involved. I want to turn to the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Carroll, to provide a law enforcement update and specifics.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm Jeff.
Oh, that's the mayor. My bad.
Police for the Metropolitan.
That's the mayor. This is the chief.
Police Department. This afternoon, this evening, members of the United States Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department were here at the Washington Hotel for a site detail for the Correspondence Center. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time.
Sorry. Okay, you can see now. My dad just called me. I'm like, why is my dad calling me? You did. No, I muted on purpose. I messed up on my stream. It was just my camera for like 3 minutes. Oh, okay.
Investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be...
Say W dad in the chat. My dad, if it wasn't for my dad, you niggas were going to see my face for another 2 hours. I had no idea it was just me.
Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our criminal division, our crisis response team, and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone...
Quit crying. At least you could hear it.
...should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sean Kern. I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works, and I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the president reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved, and I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Judge Bureau. I'm Janine Pure. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer.
Hey, let's go. Called it. The same charges. What they might do when they interview him is they're going to add another charge, probably attempted assassination of a president, if he admits to it.
Officer using a dangerous weapon.
Or if they find proof, like a manifesto or some shit like that.
Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot, unfortunately.
All right, so the Aljamain Sterling fight had just ended right now. I believe Aljamain Sterling probably won the main event on this one. We're going to go over the cards later on, obviously, but we will still keep coverage of this situation right now.
He is doing all right, and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police, all of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court, but make no mistake, there will be many more charges based on...
So the case is 100% going federal first.
...on the information...
All right, Aljamain Sterling has won the fight, guys. Just so you know, you guys, Aljamain Sterling has won the fight. Okay, what is fishy to you, Marty? Let me know on to respond to your comments. Something seems fishy to me. What is it? Is it a false flag? How did Sterling win? Unanimous decision. He basically out-grappled him during the fight. There were a few good exchanges on Yusuf Zalal. Man, Yusuf Zalal's grappling is absolutely improving, but by the end of the day, man, Aljamain Sterling is one of the best fighters in the world, pound for pound, no matter what weight class it is, regardless of how he did against Sean O'Malley. He's a top-level fighter, and even better probably at 145. All right, back to the White House.
...that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
Right here in the front. Right here in the front.
That this suspect is specifically targeting the president and isn't talking to law enforcement now.
Sure. So at this point, what we know is we know the individual charged at checkpoint with a...
Victory says, yeah, I'm not buying it. I just saw some of the footage, and it doesn't look authentic to me, but I'm always skeptical. Of course, you always got to keep a healthy skepticism, right? A healthy cynicism whenever these things happen. You always got to remember, right, there's a lot at stake. There's a Republican Party right now who is getting their butts whooped and are projected to getting their butts whooped officially on the polls. I'm sorry, not on the polls, on the voting booth in November, right? So easy for Trump to come out here and say, well, you know what? This is why the Democrats are nuts. You can't vote for them because they're going to embolden situations like this. They're going to embolden these types of radical behavior. So they could do that, or they could spin it another way. They could spin it another way as to sort of victim blame Trump. Like, well, Trump, you kind of brought this upon yourself now. Victory says, and once again, Trump's speech after this was just him talking about how great he is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, guys. You know, the GDP, the economy, it was all me, guys. Me. Yeah. He reminds me of Michael Bisping. Oh, my God, bro. Listen, thank God Michael Bisping was not on the commentary booth tonight at the UFC fights. Thank God. Thank God, okay? Because you imagine, I think Donald Trump, I think Michael Bisping needs to interview Donald Trump. Could you imagine? Look, all right, how about this, right? Two English guys with Trump, right? In an interview room. Carl Froch, Mr. Oh, you know, guys, you know, I've had 80,000 people in Wembley Stadium in my fights against George Grove. And then you got Michael Bisping. Well, you know, in my career, in my days, this is what I did when I fought George St. Pierre, when I fought Luke Rockhold. You know what I mean? Like, and then you got Donald Trump. Well, you know what? The economy of the United States, we are the hottest country in the world right now. Yada, yada, yeah. Bisping loves to talk about Bisping. So imagine you got Carl Froch, Michael Bisping, and then Donald Trump. Well, you got to add another American in there. You know, you can't leave Trump in there with two English guys, right? So who would you put in there? as an American. Okay, how about Stephen A. Smith? No, you know what? He's not really an arrogant guy. Somebody that has to be really arrogant, an American that's really, really arrogant. So Carl Froch, Bisping, Donald Trump, John Jones. There it is, right? You got John Jones, Donald Trump, Michael Bisping, and Carl Froch in the same room. You know, oh, guys, you know, I love being here. He says, what are you, Muslim? Edgar Hernandez says, yes, I happen to be Muslim. Yes, shout out to you, my man. So, all right, back to the press conference on this one, guys.
Firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that,
Hey, thank you, Edgar Hernandez. I hope that you subscribe to the channel, and I hope that you spread my channel around if you can. Thank you, my man.
Continue to work towards that.
Chief, when you say there seems to have been a lack of authorization to come to this event. Was this a failure on the Secret Service?
I mean, what we have here is a multi-layered approach. The director spoke about it. We have officers on the outside from the Metropolitan Police Department along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there. And
Please, guys, like the video if you have not already. It helps out a ton. Thank you so much.
The law enforcement engaged them immediately. They were able to bring them into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
Chief Carroll, Chief Carroll, can you tell us if you found a vehicle associated with the suspect? And are you the FBI expect to make a search warrants on the vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're digging into is his background, vehicle.
Oh, shit.
Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is this right under law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department. I can tell you that.
Right here. There are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are...
Okay, so Edgar, to answer your question, right, Edgar asks, as a Christian and believer of the Jewish Messiah, do you agree Muslim countries shouting death to the West? Edgar, so here's the thing, right? When these countries say death to the West, they don't mean Christians or Christianity or people that live in the West. They literally mean the government. Now, here's the thing, right? A lot of Christian fundamentalists, a lot of them have many grievances against the United States government. They have many grievances against certain politicians. I believe in my own theory and maybe my own opinion that when these people say death to the West or death to America, I think they mean the government and the policies that are being driven behind it, not necessarily the average person like you and me who are American citizens, even though I am a Muslim myself. But yeah, he says, I'm talking about the Constitution versus Sharia law. Okay, so here's the thing that you got to understand about Sharia law, right? Sharia law has influenced many of its Western laws. So, now, a lot of those things you may not agree with, but there have been many cross-references between the two that I think would take me hours for me to explain to you, right? But yeah. Medial says, the contempt for Trump shown here is precisely why the TDS crowd are so effing screwed up. They can't stand the fact that Trump is an alpha male, unafraid to big himself up. I think there's a certain level of braggadocious, a certain level of showmanship that I think is appreciated, but then sometimes there is a certain level that it becomes insufferable or somewhat over boasting to a certain degree. But all right, let's go back to this.
We're giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we would...
Suresh, thank you so much for the $2. You got triple digit IQ. Appreciate that, man. You think so? I hope so. I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building. I do know in this incident tonight, I know there was a security plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here. Thank you so much. Do you know who is President Trump was a target of this attack? And can you speak to their reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon and get into the ballroom?
Yeah, so as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there. Who specifically he was targeting at this point, that's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, so now we got a little bit more description. It was like a makeshift shotgun.
Right here, right here, right
Can
here.
you clarify, earlier you said there was an exchange of gunfire. Did the suspect fire any shots? And did the
Chat, that's not us. That's this fucking guy is breathing on the mic.
uniformed officer, do you know yet which weapon he was shot with?
Yeah, obviously, we're only a couple hours into this instance, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene. So as the investigation develops, all that information will be figured out with the ballistics. The ATF is also on scene here with us.
So the suspect did or did not fire a shot?
Sure. So again, it's very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation...
So here's what I will say, right? The sooner they find out that it has no national security threat towards it, right? For example, if he was, let's say, part of a terrorist organization like Al-Qaeda or ISIS or you name X, Y, and Z, whatever organization holds certain radical beliefs that would be detrimental towards the United States, right? The minute that they also find out he's not a government agent, the minute that they find out he's not working for China, more importantly, the minute that they found out he's not working for Iran or Hezbollah or any of these actors, the more that they will be able to put out information on him. Now, my prediction on this particular matter, who or what this person will be, I'm just going to go out of the limb and say he was a left-wing radical, right? I know there's going to be a lot of conspiracy theories behind it. But always remember, right? Every conspiracy theory, not every, but most conspiracy theories, not all, right? Because some conspiracy theories do have its merits, right? Depending on what type of data and what type of information that you can gather from it. But this is what I will say in regards to this, right? In regards to the conspiracy theories. Sometimes conspiracy theories can often just be chalked up as just an example of incompetence. Right? For example, right, the security incompetence that happened here, but also the security superiority that they displayed. I mean, you've seen how they acted very quickly. They were able to make sure that nobody was hurt, nobody died. One officer was shot, but as a result, it hit his bulletproof vest, right? And for those of you out there, stay dangerous out there with that bulletproof vest, man. That's what you got to do. To stay dangerous and stay safe out there. So they did that. So it was a win in terms of the response, but it was an L in terms of allowing it to even get that far. But rest assured, how is this going to affect the White House card? How will this affect X, Y, and Z? How will this affect the next coming events that are going to take place at the White House, and not just the sporting events, including the UFC. We will find out, right? But rest assured, they're going to use this as a way to learn and as a way to build, different types of, security measures that they're going to take in the future. So who won, Aljo or Lopez? It wasn't Lopez. It was Aljo versus Zalal. It was coming up. Okay, who would win? I feel pretty confident about Aljo on that one. I'll go with Aljo. By the way, shout outs to Aljo and his win tonight. Before we go any further, obviously we will continue on this coverage right now, but let me just give a few rundown of what happened tonight with the UFC card. Okay, so here we have Yusuf Zalal versus Aljamain Sterling. So 5-round decision on this one, right? This is sort of what we were, hoping for, right? 6 out of 11 takedowns he got, right? Just the ground control time. Just as we know, Aljamain Sterling is a superior wrestler, and he showed that Yusuf Zalal had some good scrambles here, but the grappling prowess of Yusuf Zalal was not enough for the years of wrestling that Aljamain Sterling had. This one I got wrong. I thought Norma was going to win this one, but Jocelyn Edwards wins by decision. No takedowns from both of them. I thought the grappling prowess of Norma was going to show here, but it was a striking fest with Jocelyn Edwards getting the best of the striking exchanges. Rafa Garcia gets a decision win over Alex Hernandez. The takedowns wins the fights. That's what does it, is wrestling. Wrestling wins fights. Davey Grant gets a decision over Juan. Now, I made a last-minute prediction on this one, right? I went with Davey Grant, and this is precisely the reason why. Davey Grant looked really good in his mix-ups, in his elusiveness, in his head movement, and his striking overall, right? 53 versus 50% in the total striking percentage. Juan had one takedown, a couple of minutes of ground control, but wasn't enough to win. Ronnie Barcelos wins by decision. This was the upset right here, right? I honestly thought Montel Jackson was going to win this fight, but the takedowns of Ronnie and the takedown pressure and the constant attempts, I think, is what won the fight. Marcus Buchecha gets knocked out by Ryan Spann. I knew this was going to happen, right? Just the striking experience of Ryan Spann in MMA, even as a light heavyweight, is just too vastly superior. This is a reason why a lot of light heavyweights need to convert and move up to heavyweight, and this is a reason why, right? Light heavyweights just have more skills naturally, and if they were to move up to heavyweight, you got a John Jones situation, you got a Ryan Spann situation, and yeah. John Dong says, sup. Yeah, I don't know how Spann was the underdog against Buchecha because he had this credential of being this jiu-jitsu superstar and this and that shows you that jiu-jitsu really can't do much for you in the world of MMA, right? But on any regard, Eric McConico gets a unanimous decision win over Rodolfo Vieira. As I said, that there was going to be a lot of decisions in this one. Yeah, I don't know how he won this one, right? This was a bit controversial. Obviously, the total striking percentage was on the side of Rodolfo Vieira. Eric McConico, 2 takedowns versus 4 takedowns with Rodolfo Vieira. So I don't know how he won that, but that's how the judges saw it. Jackson Vey gets a submission win over Cedric Dumas. Michelle Montague gets a unanimous decision win over Mayra Barrow Silva. Obviously, just ground controlled her the whole entire time, and that was it, right? Her wrestling is what won the fight. In the beginning of the fight, man, she walked up to her with a reckless abandonment, knowing that she was going to take her down, and that's exactly what she did. By the way, guys, if you're here for the White House shooting, stay tuned. I'm only covering the fights that happened tonight, and then we're gonna get right into the shooting tonight. Continue on. So, all right, Montague gets a decision in that one. Like, she knew straight off the bat that she could take her down with a 1-2 clinch up, take her down. These gals have trained together before, so she knew the game that she had going on. Cody Durden gets a win over Jafil Fillo. Man, let me tell you, when Cody Durden walked in there with Tupac's Hail Mary, I knew something special was going to happen. And indeed he did, right? 5 takedowns from Cody Durden. 6.69 total strike percentage on his part, right? 91 strikes connected out of 136. 50 out of 93 for Fillo. And the takedowns were perfect. Ground control time is what wins fights. Francis Marshall gets a decision over Lucas Brennan. Very close fight right there, but the grappling is what won it for Francis Marshall. Max Griffin loses to Victor Valenzuela. Man, just the volume that he had going on, and also, man, it was a very close and even fight. I don't know how Max had lost this one, but that's a controversial one as well. But either way, that's how the judges saw it. Talia Alacantar gets a decision win over Julia. And what else? What else is in the card? That's it, man. That is it for the whole entire fight night of UFC fight night, April 26th, on the same day, by the way, that all of this is going on. So let's get back to the news coverage on this right here.
Determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence.
John Dong says, but I'm not complaining because Span recovered all the betting money I lost last week. Okay. There it is. Montague undefeated. Yes, Arnell staying undefeated. That is going to be a real problem in that division as time goes on. But we'll see. We'll see as stiffer competition comes.
Very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So, the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days. Given what happened tonight, any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place? So that something similar does not happen.
Sure, I'll toss it to the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is. And
all I know is he's going to use this as motivation with capital now. Or sorry for the ballroom.
Yeah.
We're going to have to evaluate this evening.
I understand how the suspect got into the hotel. Was it a guest or a sleeping room?
Because if I'm not mistaken, I think there was another halt on his ballroom. Another judge halted it again. It got halted, and then they released it. They allowed them to continue, and then it got halted again. However, I don't know what happened following that.
Judges were able to weigh in on him fucking building the ballroom?
Absolutely, yeah. And so a couple of judges have already stepped in and tried to stop it, saying it's not constitutional. He didn't get approval from Congress, so on and so forth. However, it was proving to be a little bit difficult for him. So, like I said earlier.
All right, so that is a good question, Arnell. What part of California is the shooter from? We're going to find out right now.
I already see the conspiracy nuts jumping on this, like, this is him trying to enact some motivation or bragging right or, like, talking point for him to actually have that ballroom. Hey, the Hilton doesn't have security, so on and so forth. But I'd really love to see how that guy acquired that firearm. Because obviously he's a Californian, right? So is he, dual residency? Does he also live in D.C., somewhere around there? Did he acquire the firearm from a friend? That'll be really interesting to see in the next coming hours. Because I'm sure that's all going to come out very soon.
All right, so Torrance, California, Arnell. Torrance, California is right down south. So obviously within the L.A. area.
Thanks.
Information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel. And again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay, to jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security. To walk in with a weapon and caliber just elevates the level seems to be quite how does that happen?
Sure. So again, we're very early in the investigation. So we're determining, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have.
He definitely is an anime gooner.
That level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yes, video appears to show the president falling down and being escorted out. Was he injured at all during his evacuation?
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
All right, thank you. Can you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot, can you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement in right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him. Not at this time. We will release his name, Mark, once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down. Judge. In the hospital, so we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
Just right here, are you looking at any terrorist?
Okay, so to give you guys some context, the shooter was not hit by any gunfire whatsoever. They were able to apprehend him without shooting him. So news reports earlier about him, let's say, taking a bullet and then being resuscitated or being attended to by the Secret Service, all of that is false. They were able to recover him and apprehend him without any gunshot wounds. So that is the official story, and that is coming from the horse's mouth, i.e. the head of, I believe, the the chief DC police, also in coordination with the FBI and the Secret Service as well.
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Yes, Ali Khan, you heard about the shooting, and here we are covering it right now. Shout out to everybody across the world right now.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
He says, so how did they let a shooter come to the event? Makes no sense. So here's the thing, right? I always say, Ali Khan, that a lot of conspiracies, not all, but some, because there are some conspiracies that hold value and hold some weight to it, right? Some conspiracies can easily be explained as a result of incompetence, right? Conspiracy theories are often made through incompetence, and the incompetence of, let's say, a security force, or the incompetence of law enforcement, or the incompetence of government officials, right? That is where a lot of conspiracies come from, because we wonder, as quote unquote the most powerful military in the world, the strongest police force in the whole entire country, which is in Washington, D.C., the fact that they have Washington, D.C. police entangled with, let's say, Secret Service and the FBI all rolled into one, area, what you got is a situation where, they are a pretty heavily armed and equipped police force. So you're wondering, how is it that they allowed something like that for happen? Savachi Financial, shout out to you, my man. Shout out to you. Much salute to you, my man. We got a real one. He says, Cash App Patel. Hey, listen, check this out, Savachi. While the shooting was going on, Cash's girlfriend was holding hands with another dude. Oh, man. C-U-C-K. Cash App Patel. He says that's crazy. They will find a way to blame the Muslims. Not this one. This guy was a light-skinned brother who looked like he could be Obama's cousin, right? And a left-wing liberal. They're going to blame the Democrats on this one. We're not in this. You know what I mean? So don't you worry. We're not in this at all. You know what I mean? So yeah, he says India stay taking L's. Oh man, yeah. So obviously this is going to be an embarrassment for Cash Patel, right? A lot of people were saying that he was drinking while all of that was going on, so they're going to give him some, some of that. He says half of India look like Obama. Oh man, stop it, bro, stop it. We can't be having that. Remember, I'm a mainstream channel now, Savachi. You know what I mean? We got sponsors, we got advertisements, and all of that. We have to be very careful about what we say. Oh, looks like half of them looks like Obama. I think what Savachi Financial it means to say is that half of India would vote for Obama. I think that's what he means, right? But yeah, Ali Khan says unless they are trying to out Patel. Well, the only people that would try to out Patel obviously are the anti-Trumpers, right? But if you're a pro-Trump guy, you would be for Patel. That's just what it is. He says, oh man, he's capitulating to the Indians censored. Nah, bro, that's just what it is. You do get censored on YouTube. That's just what it is, man. You know what I mean? They'll put your thing behind the line. You know what I mean? They'll do all types of things to cancel you. They'll demonetize you. So, we have to be careful about what we say. You know what I mean? But shout out to Savachi Financial, man. You know what I'm saying? My longtime homie, my real life homie, right? I know you guys out there, you guys are my homies too, right? But, I got real homies that tap into this channel once in a while, and, here he is, man. So, all right, let's get back to the press conference.
We've been listening to Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser speak alongside law enforcement about the shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' Center. We've learned a lot of new information. I'm going to have our director run the video that the White House released of the gunman running through. Police now tell...
All right, so there it is, guys. Just so you know, yeah, he was not shot. So just keep that in mind, okay? He was not shot. That is the confirmed reports that is going on right now.
A long gun believed to be a shotgun as he sprinted through this initial perimeter before getting...
The Secret Service agent that was allegedly shot, is that him in the video? Because it looks like that guy kind of buckled, but then again, he may have been reaching for his firearm.
It might have been someone else. It might have been someone else that got shot.
Yeah. Here, just look at this. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he just got almost ran over.
See how this guy kind of buckles? I guess he just is startled, right? So
yeah,
he draws his firearm, jumps down, But yeah, good. You can keep playing.
Okay. As he was headed towards the ballroom, he did not get anywhere near the ballroom. That, according to law enforcement, he exchanged.
Bob told us that they were going to test the alien craft that night.
I have seen extraterrestrials face to face.
In the shrubbery are little gray entities.
UFOs laying in front of them.
They're in Antarctica. They felt distressed because they were captured. There has been direct contact over many, many years.
Current Galactic Senate has only been in operation for about the last 50,000 years. He goes, yeah, this is from the craft they've had since the 1940s.
Some of them have crystals embedded in their skulls. I always felt very comfortable with them. They've shown me quite a bit of what our future looks like. We need to come together as a people.
I was just gonna pull up a social post.
Okay, I'll be on like another 30 minutes and then
We can go through it.
Ali Khan, when you say we need to unite, what do you mean by that? Ali Khan says, I feel like Muslims, we can't win, man. More and more we are being targeted in our own community. They are trying to tear us apart. Yeah, I hear you on that, man. Yeah, I definitely hear you on that. I know what you mean. Yeah, I hold your sentiments on that one. But when you mean we need to unite, do you mean with the Shias as well? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I'm curious to know what you mean by that. Let me know in the comment section below.
But yeah, so you had said, of course, that Donald Trump, I think he posted it today, that he just canceled the trip of my representatives going to Islamabad here. I'll share the screen here. So I believe this was today, earlier on. He put on Truth Social, and this is in regards to the Iran conflict, just in case any of you haven't seen my stream earlier. We'll do a little bit of an overview. Keep it brief. But Trump says, I just canceled the trip of my representatives going Islamabad, Pakistan. I think he meant to meet with the Iranians. Is much time wasted on traveling, too much work, besides which there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. No one knows who is in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have none. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call President Donald J. Trump. And so, obviously, Trump is, of course, front-facingly trying to make it look like he has the upper hand moving forward with the conflict. And so he's saying he's canceling the talks. But, of course, my brother and I speculate that he realizes Iran doesn't want to talk at all. And that might be because of the fact that the new supreme leader, being the son of the one who was
Yes, I agree, Ali Khan. Yeah, Aljo did very well. Yes, he did.
Assassinated on day 1 or 2 of the conflict. Mujtaba Khamenei is the son now, had told his delegation that he doesn't want to talk to the U.S. or not to talk to them. And this has been evident. I mean, since last week, I think actually it's been 2 weeks since we've imposed a blockade on Iranian ports. The parliament speaker had told Donald Trump and responded to his 7 points made on Truth Social in refutation. He said, we're not going to open up the Strait of Hormuz, but the big...
Yes, Ali Khan, we will cover the fights. I did go over the fights earlier. Let me know if there's any particular fights that you saw tonight that was, a highlight for you. Aljo, yeah, look, Aljo did what Aljo did, right? Aljo is a grappler, probably at this point one of the best grapplers at 145, right next to Mozart. Yeah, right. We'll see how he does. Moving forward in the upper echelon divisions. So, yeah, we shall see.
Biggest stipulation and binding factors to that is that the United States Navy pulls out from our blockades. If you guys don't know, the U.S. Navy is blockading Iranian ports responsible for import and export of goods, oil, and everything else that helps them bolster and stabilize their economy, especially during such a crucial...
Ali Khan says definitely being a grappler right now is in the UFC is gold. Yeah, always has been though. Don't get it twisted, right? It's only been recently where you started seeing the emergence of the strikers that were dominating with, let's say, Conor McGregor, Adesanya as an example, Alex Pereira, right? This is relatively new, right? The strikers sort of ruling these divisions. But what I will say is that it is always prominently known that you need to have extensive grappling skills to win in the UFC. But in particular wrestling, which is the art that Aljamain Sterling has been raised to train under over years and years. Twin Con asks, GSP versus Khabib, who wins? I'm going to go with Khabib on that one, even though I think GSP would make a good account of himself in that fight. Of course, given that we're talking about prime GSP, so if we're talking like, let's say 2017 GSP versus 2018, 2017 Khabib, yeah, that's prime time right there. I believe that GSP would give a good account of himself. Maybe he could head kick Khabib a few times, rock him, to which nothing will happen. But I think overall the grappling of Khabib will far exceed whatever well-rounded skills GSP has. And Ali Khan says these fighters can't grapple. These fighters can't grapple with. Okay, can't grapple with what? Let me know what you mean by that. He says Khabib would probably win. Muhammad B9s with a bomb emoji. I don't know what that is about, but all right. All right. So yeah.
Time, and so Donald Trump has kind of, for all intents and purposes, lost his escalation dominance. He has no real ability to effectuate a change that hurts Iran, aside from actually attacking them like he did for the first 40 or 30 days of the conflict until the ceasefire took place in early April. And now we're just awaiting a second step. But he extended the ceasefire indefinitely. That was last week. And remember, J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, and Stephen Witkoff, the Middle Eastern envoy, were supposed to travel to Islamabad on like 2 or 3 different occasions. It was supposed to be last Sunday. And then, of course, the Iranian delegation, Abbas Araghchi, specifically said, we're not going to travel there. And then on Monday and Tuesday, we saw a lot of reports out of Al Jazeera and other Middle Eastern outlets that they would be going to Pakistan. Didn't go. It was supposed to happen Friday. Israeli media was saying that it was supposed to happen on Sunday. Nothing ever happened, and there were no peace talks. And so now we've regressed to the point where we can't even sit at the table with Iran, nevertheless actually have that conversation that will hopefully lead to the next step of this conflict being over or diffused. So, what are your thoughts on it? It's pretty obvious that Trump has kind of lost all the cards here, except for the fact that he has military might. We've destroyed them militarily, right? That's the part that, a lot of people may intentionally omit, but I don't think that that's beneficial to really mention because strategically we're getting our asses whooped. But what are your thoughts on this Truth Social post and everything so far?
Yeah, I think it's damage control, man. It's kind of funny when he says we have the cards when they really don't, dude. Like this ceasefire really benefits Israel and the United States more. It lets him stabilize the markets, reassess what he's going to do. That F-15 getting shot down really fucked up his operation. So now he's kind of back to the drawing board trying to buy time. But now he's in a weird spot because, number one, he doesn't have escalation dominance, and then there's not really much more he could do militarily. The next step for him to do anything militarily is he would have to basically bomb a power plant. And we know that would be bad. The Gulf would be destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah, he threatened that twice.
All right, so far, this is what we know with the White House shooting, right? Okay, so obviously the suspect shooter has been identified by law enforcement as Cole Thomas Allen. All right, and how Thomas is spelled is Tomas with Tomas, right? Not Thomas with an H. It's spelled the Spanish way. So Cole Tomas Allen, 31 years old, out of Torrance, California. Okay. So this happened tonight, obviously, same night as UFC Fight Night, April 25th, 2026, okay, during an annual White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Washington's Hilton. Now, according to the reports from the Associated Press, okay, CNN, Allen is a Caltech graduate, a computer engineer who was allegedly charged with a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, including a shotgun and a handgun. So, some key details of this incident, okay? The current status, the suspect is in custody and is expected to be arraigned in federal court on Monday. Now, the charges include assault on a federal officer and using a firearm during a crime of violence. By the way, thank you, Noman. Thank you for that. He says, you have a perfect voice, but then you also backhand compliment me with a yawn, meaning that you find me boring, but I doubt you find me boring if you're here right now, but shout out to you, Namin. Is that how you say your name? Namin. Yeah, shout out to you, man. So, all right. One Secret Service officer was shot during the confrontation, but was protected by a bulletproof vest and is reported to be in great shape. Okay, meaning that he's okay. No other major injuries have been reported among the attendees. He says, don't quote me, boy, because I ain't said ish. Oh, there it is. All right, Eazy-E, a little bit of some Eazy-E reference. Let me know if you're from California as well, my man. You know, we got a bit of a California night going on here, man. We got a California shooter all the way down in D.C. Oh, man. But, all right, so speaking of which, yes, the evacuation with everybody, President Trump included, and other high-ranking officials were immediately evacuated from the ballroom when the shots were heard. Now, the investigations that are going on right now, obviously the authorities, including the FBI, are currently searching Allen's home in California as a part of an ongoing investigation. Now, whatever they find in their home, in his home in Torrance, California, for sure you're going to see in the news in the next coming days. Okay, we're going to find out everything that we need to find out. We're going to find out if this guy is with X, Y, and Z. We're going to find out if this guy has any motivation to do whatever, right? The investigation is ongoing, and that is what is going to happen. So I think we pretty much exhausted everything that we needed to talk about with that one. There's not much going on right now. We'll see if there's any yeah, we'll just stick to this coverage right here with Myron Gaines and his brother Riyadh, because I know they have some pretty good information on this particular matter.
Would reach a catastrophic state, and you know, it's tough for him. He's kind of in a corner, right? He can pursue the air campaign again like we did, but that doesn't really render effective against the Gulf allies, because of course we know once the U.S. Air Force takes control of the Iranian skies and starts raining bombs upon the civilian populace, well, then the Gulf nations are guaranteed to get that in return. And we've seen that with the UAE, primarily with over 2,000 strikes hitting the UAE. Other countries in the region haven't suffered so much, like Qatar and others. They're kind of fine. But it's really the key infrastructure that's responsible for desalination, which is converting that ocean water into drinking water, the oil plants, the oil pipelines that are responsible for moving the little amount of oil they can outside of the Strait of Hormuz through the land, actually, which is something they've had to rely on heavily now since they can't export their oil through the 21-mile passageway. So Iran, again, this is all evidence that they still have wherever they really are. If the ceasefire persists and it prolongs, well, then that gives the IRGC more time to build more missiles, which is what they did. They wore back in the summer to now, which is why their arsenal has proved pretty pretty capable, especially against Israel.
All right, shout out to you, Manim, or I don't know how you pronounce your name, but yeah, let me know.
So, you know, the good thing is Israel and Lebanon seem like they've reached some sort of, I guess, arbitrary ceasefire with Donald Trump trying to broker it. And that can potentially remedy the issue in Iran, right? The IRGC can say, well, now Lebanon is not under attack. That was one of the stipulations in the first 15-point plan that they offered, or 10-point plan, I meant, sorry. So now it's just the Iranian ports. So, I mean, for me, the only thing that I want to see Donald Trump do is remove the Navy from these Iranian ports so the Strait of Hormuz can be opened back up. And then from there, that will be much more reasonable and realistic grounds for J.D. Vance or whoever comes from the U.S. delegation to actually broker a peace deal. You know, but we're going to have to regress on a lot of our maximalist demands.
Yeah, the blockade is stupid. You can't try to get a ceasefire going while simultaneously doing a blockade. It just doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, and I don't know, like, Trump just needs to understand that, like, we don't have the same leverage that we think we have. Now, I understand that he's trying to show a strong posture and push the Hezbollah for Fox News and everything else like that, but we don't have the leverage that he's behaving like we have way more leverage than we really do, and we don't, unfortunately. And yeah, when you were saying that they're making missiles and drones, people need to understand that Iran makes all their stuff domestically, dude. They don't really import anything. They literally make everything domestically, so they're able to build, I think, something like 300 drones a month. Like, that's crazy. So, and Gavin, thank you for the gifted sub. So, we're just in a very...
Yeah, Mark Haney says, bro, weak fights tonight. I tell you who didn't have a weak fight tonight was the Secret Service and, the boys in Washington, D.C. They didn't have a weak fight tonight. I think they had a fight of the night, right? You know what I mean? I don't know if you've, heard what was going on in the news, Mark Haney, but yeah, obviously there's a shooting that has happened at the White House dinner. So what it was, for those of you that have already heard me, please excuse me. I just wanted to explain this to, the homie, on the chat. So basically, somebody from California, right? Light-skinned brother by the name of Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years old from Torrance, California, walked up at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, okay, and tried to shoot up the place with a shotgun and a handgun, and was quickly apprehended, wasn't shot. He was able to shoot down one agent. I believe it was a Secret Service agent to be exact, hits him, but then, hits the bulletproof vest, which is why I tell people all the time, stay dangerous out there and have a bulletproof vest if you can. But yeah, that's what's happening tonight. And they have him apprehended. They're going to arraign him on federal charges Monday, and we're going to find out what his exact motivation is, as the FBI is currently raiding his house right now. So, yeah, man, let me know your thoughts on that on the comment section below. But other than that, yeah, not the most impressive fights. I mean, looking at Aljo, what would you expect out of Aljo realistically, right? Aljo is a grappler, and that's exactly what he did against Yusuf Zalal. He says, what's the speculation of the motivation? Well, a lot of people are leaning this towards a conspiracy theory, right? Saying that the reason why Trump is doing this is because the Republicans are losing on the polls right now, and they need this to make left-wing leaning people look crazy. That's the one narrative of it. The other narrative is that now the Republicans can look at this and victim blame Trump, say, well, you see all the, shenanigans that you're causing. I mean, one reporter even asked, hey, why do you think this constantly happens to you? Right? Because Trump, as you know, he went and had a press conference right after the fact, right? He really decided to put himself out there and talk about it because, Trump, he hasn't met a microphone that he doesn't like. So, and especially with a situation like this, yeah, he went on and on and on. And some of the things that he went on, instead of talking about the shooting, he was talking about how great he made the economy into what it is right now. I mean, for what that's worth. But yeah, that's what happened tonight, aside from the weak ass fights that you had mentioned. Which, yeah, I mean, they were competitive, but entertainment-wise, it's not. Sometimes, man, we got to stop pretending that all fights are good, right? We got to really be honest about, especially if you're a hardcore fan, because there is a little bit of this stigma where you could get called a casual if, let's say, you decide to, say, well, all right, this fight is no good. I don't like this fight, or this fight was boring. But sometimes we really need to normalize that, especially for the hardcore community, right? You got to normalize, all right, you know what, man, I don't really like this. It wasn't entertaining. I understand that it is what wins fights, but ultimately it wasn't something that I was entertained by. And I think, I think sometimes it's important that we, emphasize that a little bit. But yeah, tonight wasn't really one of the best fights. I mean, the heavyweight fight between Ryan Spann and Buchecha, ooh, that was a good fight. That was a devastating fight. So, that one you could say was entertaining, but other than that, yeah, most of the fights weren't really, all that entertaining. Let's go back to the fights once again, even though I kind of went over it, but I don't mind, kind of looking back at, what kind of fights we could look at here. So, yeah, you let me know what fights you guys want to talk about in this one. What caught your eye the most? The Montel Jackson fight. Okay, let's go with this one, right? Let's take a look at these stats. Okay, I can, yes. Okay, so that one, he says, my bad, brother, for making you repeat yourself. No, not at all. I wanted to actually do this because I had something that I wanted to say about this that I didn't mention earlier. No, it wasn't this fight. Hold on. It was, Davy Grant. Okay, yeah, this one he should have won. Rafa Garcia. Yeah, he was the rightful winner of that one. What fight was I not happy with here? No, that wasn't that one. It's not this one. Yeah, the Max Griffin fight. Yeah, what's up with this? How did Max Griffin lose this one? This is a fight that he lost, by the way. Total strikes 45%. He had 45% as well, but a little bit higher on Max. The judges are not seeing this, right? They're not seeing these types of stats in front of them, right? But 4 out of 9 takedowns. Okay? Now, the striking was pretty even between the both of them. Maybe it could have been the volume that was on Venezuela's side, but I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just a little bit biased because Max Griffin is a sack guy, and I really wanted to see him win this one. But how is it that Max Griffin lost this fight? Explain to me. How did he lose this fight? And let me know if you watched that fight, Mark. If you were able to watch that fight, let me know. Yeah, I'm wondering how is it that he lost this fight with just those stats alone. Now, I think you know what it is. Judges see things differently in person, and I think that has something to do with it as well. That is something that we have to, be very cognizant of. That is a reality, right? It is a reality that judges do see things a little bit differently. But yeah, man, I don't know, man. I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree. That's the one scorecard out of the whole entire night I didn't agree with. And primarily because maybe I'm biased towards the wrestling side of things, right? I think that wrestling wins fights. Max Griffin has 4 out of 9 takedowns in this one. I don't know how you don't win that one, but yeah, man, a bit controversial, I will say. What else here? The Michelle Montague fight. So these are two former training partners. Straight away, Montague walked up, clinched up, took her down, and knew that that was going to happen. You want to know why? They trained together. So this is what you get when you got two people that have trained together, and as a result, they know each other's games. So really not a lot of surprise on that one. Let's skip over to the main event real quick. Here's another one that I really didn't understand how this was, right? I think maybe the constant spamming of takedown attempts that Rodolfo Vieira tried to make here probably was not enough for the judge's eyes. Now, I don't get it. I mean, the striking percentage was not on his side. The volume, look, you know what it is, guys? Volume wins fights. And the stats show that. Volume wins fights. Take a look at these stats, right? When you look at this, what do you say to yourself? Well, you say to yourself, volume wins fights, not percentage. But Rodolfo Vieira had volumes of takedown attempts after volumes of takedown attempts, and, nothing happened. So I don't know, man. I just don't agree. That's another decision I don't agree with. What else? Cedric Dumas. Yeah, I feel bad for Cedric Dumas in this one. How many losses is that now for Cedric Dumas? He's a bit on a losing streak right now. So yeah, that's now a 3-fight losing streak for. I mean, if you want to include the Zach Reese fight as well, I would imagine you could also add that in there as well. But yeah, that was a no contest. Yeah, man. Last win was back in 2024. So I don't know, man. Yeah, they're gonna send Cedric Dumas' walking papers pretty soon. I'm surprised they didn't do it sooner. So yeah, who's gonna get cut from this card? That's one thing that I'd like to kind of take a look at here. So Jocelyn Edwards, I believe she was on a losing streak going into this one. No, she was on a winning streak. Okay. And Norma Dumont was also on a winning streak. Who was on a losing streak in this card? Somebody was on a losing streak in this card, and It's one of those situations where you could be looking at your papers right there. Was it Ryan Spann? Okay, Ronnie Barcelos, I believe, was on a losing streak. Was that who was on a losing streak? No, it wasn't. These guys are on a winning streak. He says, Drizzy says, you are on a losing streak. Yeah, sure. I mean, listen, I don't really count my predictions as, I don't know, man. I'm not one of these content creators that's like really big on my predictions, right? You know what I mean? Because, you know, the minute that you hang your head on your predictions being right, well, okay, I mean, if you're a gambling channel, you would probably want to be right all the time, right? But I'm not a gambling channel. I'm a legitimate mixed martial arts channel in a sense where I really do MMA. I really train MMA, and you've seen me train in these live streams. I've showed you. You know, he said, "Well, you're a gambler, bro." Well, that's what it is, right? So you count those things, and by the way, they are a much higher stake for you. Depending on what it is that you bet, or if it's life changing money or life altering money, right? But, you know, that's not what I hang my hat on. I hang my hat on the fact that, you know, number one, I knew that Aljamain Sterling's wrestling was going to be good. You know, I knew that Norma Dumont's jiu-jitsu was very good, but we didn't see it. And as a result, we saw Jocelyn Edwards, you know, pick her apart. So yeah, I don't really hold my whole entire channel's reputation on getting predictions right. But if you do pay attention to my breakdowns, I mean, the sequences of what happens in these fights do end up happening, and that is a result of just studying and knowing who these fighters are over the years as a fan, and not necessarily anything that is indicative of my MMA training, right? Some of these prior predictions, you know, that I have made is based on the fact that I've been watching a lot of these fighters for years, and you just know and understand their habits and the sequences that they find themselves in fights. So yeah. And Drizzy Goat says, I drink alcohol as well, and that is something I do not do. But if you do that, then all power to you. I just hope that you don't experience any horrible adverse health effects as a result of that, inshallah. So yeah, man. All right, let's go back to this situation right now. Trump being evacuated.
Very bad spot right now, man. This is a fucking catastrophe in every single way. It's a catastrophe, bro. It really is. And
100%. And it's just a matter of Iran refusing to be bullied anymore, right? And that's kind of the danger of them being able to withstand.
You're right. You're right, Drizzy Goat. Yes, you went 0-2 and 2 in the main fights today, and you picked Zalal because of your Muslim bias. Correct. Yes. And I've told you that in the prediction show. I said, listen, I'm picking Max Griffin on this one. He's a Sacramento guy. Although, listen, I will say that I've heard through the grapevine that Max Griffin doesn't really like the fact that I have a staunch support for Dagestani fighters. But that's okay. You know what I mean? That's the name of the MMA game, right? You know, some people are going to like you, some people are not. Listen, if you're in the MMA game, whether you're a fighter, whether you're a content creator, whether you're a media guy, or whether you're a promoter, or whatever it is that you do in MMA, you're not here to make friends. You're here to cultivate your own life in whatever that you could get out of it, whatever you could get out of content creation, whatever you could get out of the UFC as a fighter, as a manager, as a promoter, or, you know, whatever it is that you're a part of in the world of mixed martial arts, right? You are here to exploit the game, not allow the game to exploit you. So, you know, if you have this aspect of, oh, you know what, I'm going to watch my P's and Q's, I'm not going to say the wrong things about fighter X, Y, and Z, I mean, you know, you're not really going to get anywhere in this world of MMA content creation, because what they want out of you is they want you to state your mind, speak your mind, and that's really what it is. He says, I love it, bro. We both pick the same fighter sometimes, like Ulberg, and we both got Kamzat, but a protest by KO is crazy, bro. That's my pick. I don't like JDM. Brad Mo says, easy 105 parlay. Wow, okay. So I'm assuming you're down to send me some super chats with some of your wins. I'm joking, but please, you're absolutely always more than welcome to, of course. You know what I mean? That's obviously something I would not discourage at all. But yeah, man, when you say 5 parlay, does that mean you got a parlay on 5 fights that you had won in a row? Let me know what you mean by that, because obviously I'm very ignorant to that side of MMA, that which is MMA gambling, right? Not a world that I'm very familiar with, but everything else in the MMA space I'm more than familiar with. He says $2 net on 5 fights for for the 100. Okay, gotcha. All right.
And the 40-day bombing campaign, they have now been able to parade the fact globally that the United States is not as strong as they really seem to be. Now, of course, we've destroyed them, but what were our goals prior to this war? Well, of course, destroy the nuclear program, whatever that even means, to destroy their missiles program. That's really the request of Benjamin Netanyahu. By the way, that's the guy who pulled us into this war. So I would actually say that's probably at the top of the laundry list or priority list. And then, of course, regime change, get the IRGC out. That's Israel's plan. And then the proxy network, of course, that affects Israel. And we haven't really gotten close to any of those deals for that matter. And so, we thought that we would create this coercive pressure by blocking the ports, but that just really extended this whole stalemate and crossroads that we've reached in regards to peace talks. And it's just a matter of Trump dropping his ego. He's got to pull out of those ports.
And we're not even... Oh, go ahead, finish. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. We're not even what?
I was going to say, and we're not even we're not even stopping all the ships from going through. Dozens have made it through.
Yeah.
So the blockade isn't even we're people are saying oh, we're making them broke. Not really, dude. Not really.
Yeah,
you know
Trump
what I mean?
said they're losing 500 million a day or something like that. But people don't realize any ships that pass through are at the mercy of Iranian military pressure. And so it's very easy for Iran to make this a lucrative situation where they can actually impose some sort of toll or tax on these ships that are passing through. And we saw what happened early on in the conflict, right? The Japanese prime minister sat with Trump inside Washington and they answered questions. And then 2 days later, they turned around and paid Iran tons of money to let their ships pass through. So that might be a pattern that we continue to see trickle down, or really the snowball effect in terms of other countries saying, you know what, screw the United States. We're not going to help them in their blockade. That's actually exacerbating the issue. We're just going to pay Iran so we can get our vessels through. And although it's painful on the front end, it's going to be a necessary evil if we don't want to fall into an energy crisis, which is the main concern here, right? The Netherlands had announced they're running out of oil and energy. Other countries in Asia, really Indochina is going to suffer. And then, of course, a lot of Europe. So growing concerns as this progresses, but hopefully there's some developments this week and we can see a first or second step being made towards effectuating peace. But yeah, definitely not good news in regards to the Iranian conflict. So I see people saying on X, they're going to say that this guy was an Iranian sleeper agent so Trump can just full on attack Iran. But, who knows? It's all just funny conspiracies and speculation. But yeah, no, I know you covered that earlier today, but I just thought that I'd go over it really quickly. But nothing really breaking out of the Iran situation, I don't think.
All right, so let's see what else is going on with this situation. I know there's other people that are covering this news right now. Let's hear what they have to say on this particular regard. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, let's see here.
This is a room full of reporters, so I know you've already seen the president's tweet. My apologies, his post on Truth Social. And law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe. The president will be having a press briefing at the White House. in 30 minutes. That is not a joke. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And that he wanted to do it tonight. He wanted to continue despite the news, but has to follow security protocol. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency, we run to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night...
Yeah, look, that is true, right? If you are a content creator, if you are a news outlet or a newscaster or a news reporter, you got to run right into it straight away. That's exactly why I'm here. You know what? Man, this was an impromptu live. I didn't even think that I was going to cover the fights tonight. Something was telling me you got to go cover the fights tonight. Okay, and I did. And the next thing you know, the thumbnail went from what you're seeing right now to, I mean, from what you're seeing before, just fight night with Aljo and Zalal on it. And then next thing you know, here it is, right? The shooting happened live on air as we have this live stream going on. And it's great. I'm glad that I was able to capture this in real time because, you know what? Reaction is one of the most purest things that you could do, right? Just live reaction as it's happening. You know what I mean? It's one of the best things, one of the most authentic things that you can really be a part of, right? So I'm glad that I was here to, you know, do it. Sometimes we try to tough it out, right? We don't necessarily, you know, get the opportunity to live stream all the time, or, you know, sometimes we don't want to do it. But then when we do it, and especially when the right news hits, you know, here we are, man, you know, covering this crazy shenanigan that is going on right now, all the while we were covering Sterling versus Zalal tonight. So, you know, it was great, man. It was great. But yeah, man, we're going to continue on. We're going to continue the party, you know, going on. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really want to drag the show any further, but we'll go for another bonus stream. You know what I mean? We'll keep on going, and I'll probably do a little bit of some GTA as I'm here with you guys. So
forget that protein shake. You gotta capitalize on those days.
shout if you have a question. I'm here to help.
It's like, oh boy, what you need me to do? Good choice, homie. Consider that done. our shit, but just sit tight.
Hello, Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help you? Thank you, sir. Your spectacular aircraft is now ready for you at our nearest airfield.
Alright, look, so the internet is a huge and terrible place that I still don't understand. But the bottom line is, we got some trolls out there banding together to fuck with the stock prices. I've seen some creepy ass nasty stuff on their message board, and they got the whole fucking army out there dumping and pumping their shit wherever they like. They've been rigging prices all over the market, cashing out and fucking everybody else in the process, including a bunch of our clients. And right now, they targeting a stock pick that we all should be worried about. It's a tall ask, but man, I need you to get rid of as many of the ringleaders of these basement dwelling crooks as you can before they crash the fucking stock. And look, if you do right, a lot of very rich people gonna be very grateful to us, and we gonna get paid.
Hey, it's Paige here.
All right. A little bonus stream that we're gonna get cracking into right now. Xstack says, hello, my name is Jeff. Hello, Jeff. How are you, man? Listen, I wanted to do this bonus part of the stream because I saw this, right, regarding okay, this is what I wanted to show you right here. Dana White. Sorry, I had to zone out there for a second. I was reading something. This is what Dana White had to say. He was actually at the correspondence dinner. So this is what he had to say. Let me do this in my Dana White voice, okay? Let me do this in my best Dana White impression. They were screaming, get down. I didn't get down. It was effing awesome. I took every experience, every minute of it in a pretty crazy, unique experience. All right, so there you go, right? Dana White seems to have a very positive attitude on what happened tonight. You know, let's read some of these comments right here because you know people are gonna tear up Dana White for these comments. He says, "When you know it's staged, it helps." One guy says, John Hooper says, "Effing goof." He says WWE couldn't have staged it any better. Fake assassination attempt, murder 3. Yeah, everybody's going into this whole thing about being, you know, a fake assassination. It's not real. Whatever. I guess shit is faker than pro wrestling. Not as dumb as you think. What did he say here in regards to Dana White? He says he only hides when fighter pay is mentioned. Oh my goodness, man. Everybody's cooking Dana White in the comment section right now. But yeah, man, what a douche, one guy says. All right. Yeah, let's continue on. Let's hear.
When we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are. I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do. So, thank God everybody's safe, and thank you for coming together tonight. We will do this again. Thank you.
All right, let's hear what. All right, so Scripps News. This is what they got so far right now.
We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time.
All right, so anybody that had questions on whether this guy acted alone or not, there it is, right? I mean, obviously they're looking for more information on the particular matter at hand, but I think as of right now, they don't really have anything other than the fact that he is a lone wolf, and that is the story that they are sticking to. Excuse me, that is the story that they are sticking to currently.
However, we are continuing to investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox.
Yes, they did take a picture of the suspect. Elevator has guide rails. It's right here.
I'm the assistant director in charge of the FBI's Washington field office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our criminal division, our crisis response team and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone with tips in this investigation should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director Kern.
Thank you. My name is Sean Kern. I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw...
All right, so we sort of saw this earlier. But yeah, I suppose we can, play it. All right, we'll play it for those that weren't here.
Exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably.
All right, so what it seems is that we have footage of this man's house outside right now. I'm going to show you the footage, the live footage that they have of his house right now that's obviously being raided in Torrance, California. So while the press conference is going on, we're going to play that. So, all right, here we go. What we know so far. Here we go.
We got to see what they do. And that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works. And I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed. And I'm grateful that the president reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved. And I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Pirro. I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts.
You guys are looking at the footage of the man's house right now, which I believe is in Torrance, California. So, yes, outside the suspect's home after the White House correspondent shooting. Yes, that is what we are looking at right now. So I believe we are looking at his house, his neighborhood, where they are currently investigating all of the things that... And by the way, by the time the morning comes, they're going to find out everything that they need to know about this guy, and then more information is going to come out as a result of that. So, yeah, we're just waiting on that right now.
Right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States. Because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there...
All right, so here's a couple of things that I think is really worth mentioning as we look at the suspect's home outside right now, right? Here's a couple of things that I think we need to try and understand, right? They're going to use this as a way of political strategy on both sides. That's just how it's going to be. Trump is going to use this as an excuse as to say, well, you know what, you see how crazy the Democrats are, and then try to make them look bad for the midterm elections. The other side of this, the lefties, are going to look at Trump and say, do you see all that he is responsible for in terms of the incitement that he is causing around the world? That is how they're going to try to play this out. So it's going to come out in 2 ways. That's just how it always is. They are always trying to politicize everything, right? It's just a kind of climate that we're in right now. By the way, they've always politicized everything, but now far more than usual. So obviously, that is indicative of the new Trump era that we are in right now.
There were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police. All of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court. But make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
Take a few cards. Right here in the front. Right here in the front.
You guys are currently looking at the suspect's home right now in Torrance, California, as we speak. The investigators are there to check out his home, what he has going on, and what he did, and things of that nature. So they're going to try to find a motive. They're going to try to find some sort of political motivation, some sort of ideological motivation, anything that they can find to corroborate what had happened. Teacher of the month, man. This guy was teacher of the month at one point.
I spoke about it. We have officers on the outside of the Metropolitan Police Department along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint...
Yes, that is the house where he lives. Yes. Let's go back to that footage again as we play the press conference. I'll show it to you right now.
Individuals that were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately. They were able to bring him into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
Chief Gerald, can you tell us if you have found a vehicle with the suspect, and are you the FBI conducting any search warrants either on the vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're able to do is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department, I'd say that.
Right here, there are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual. This is information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know that there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
The president said that this is not...
On the lower level seems to be quite an extraordinary feat. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yes, there appears to show, video appears to show the president falling down.
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
Could you clarify how he was detained? Could you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot,
they're asking, could you clarify how he was detained?
Yeah, law enforcement in right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
And how many people are in the hospital? Can you give us his name?
Not at this time. We won't release his name, Mark.
Right now, you're looking at the footage of the home of the suspect in Torrance, California, to be exact, as he is currently being investigated by multiple agencies, just trying to figure out what this guy was about.
Mr. Aljo, are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you were just hearing that was the Metropolitan Police Department giving their briefing after the shooting at the Washington Hill.
Yes, Stone, shout out to you. Yes, I enjoyed the card. It was all right. Yeah, it was kind of hard to watch. I did manage to watch it, but it was very hard while also covering this at the same time. But yes, nonetheless, it was a great card.
Hilton at this year's Washington White House Correspondents' Dinner. We did learn a couple new things here. I'm joined now by our senior White House correspondent, Haley Bull. Number one, that suspect that you see on your screen right there, the one that was tweeted out via Truth Social, the president, shortly after being apprehended, has been charged with 2 different counts, assault with a dangerous weapon,
yes, Dana White
with a firearm.
Yes, Dana White was there, and he said that he loved it. Crazy bastard.
Of course, we were at this table just a few feet outside the door that this suspect presumably, and I say presumably because there's still a lot we have to learn about the motives and intentions of this individual, but just a few feet outside or inside of that room that the president ultimately was on stage for.
Exactly. Just to dig into a little bit more.
And by the way, to kind of correct you, the way that he spells Thomas is not with an H, kind of like the Spanish way of saying Tomas.
You're saying that this person was intent on doing as much harm as they could. Officials contend that the checkpoint worked. Because that person did not make it further into the ballroom. Of course, the president alluded to in his remarks that it was not a particularly secure building while praising the actions of law enforcement. This person is revealed to be a man from California, 31-year-old man from California, who, as you mentioned, is now facing those 2 charges. Law enforcement cautioning that this is preliminary information and early in the investigation. They said that this person had multiple weapons. FBI Director Kash Patel suggested this person may have had a long gun during their remarks. Additionally, law enforcement just now revealing this person was a guest at the hotel. They are going through his room. The president also suggested they were going to his apartment in California as they look.
Which is what you're seeing right now. That's the footage that you're looking at.
Information. They also said the suspect was not struck, but was taken to a hospital for evaluation. A law enforcement officer was struck in the vest. He's expected to be okay. He was taken to, or rather I should say he or she, we do not know the identity of this law enforcement officer, taken to a local hospital for treatment, Andrew. So certainly we are learning more details. A lot left to be learned at this point.
All right. So, all right. So, once again, that is all that we really have for this one right now. I mean, in terms of what they are looking for, I'm sure by the morning time you're going to get all the information that you need on this particular matter. My prediction on this particular matter, right? If this has no national security apparatus behind it, I will say that they're going to let you know everything that you need to know. If there is some sort of Iran involvement, some sort of terrorist, cell or organization, they're not going to let you know right off the bat. They're going to want to go through the channels of, let's say, going through the FBI, going through NSA, CIA, things of that nature, anything that they can find, right? But you're not going to get the most extensive information if that is the case. Now, if he was just a lone wolf, okay, as they are predicting that it's going to be, or at least suspecting that it's going to be, if it is just a person that acted on its own, if it is just a person that has no ties or any ideological motivation, you're going to get to know everything by the morning time. Okay, and right now, this is all that you're seeing right now is this. This is all that you're seeing right now is the police right outside his home right here. So this is literally a footage of his house, okay, being looked at. So we are looking at the house of the suspect right now. That is live camera footage of his house in Torrance, California. Where this exact address is, we do not know. And I don't think that they're going to reveal that, but I'm sure there's journalists out there that have already known and that will reveal it at some point. So, yeah. Yeah, anybody else in the chat that want to add on to this, right? What are some things that you know, or what are some things that you suspect that are involved in all of this? Because this is, you know, a very interesting ongoing case right now. You can hear the helicopters in the background, probably LAPD. So, yeah. Now, my prediction on this particular matter, I don't think he was involved in any terrorist organization. I don't think that he is, you know, anybody that would be of a concern other than, let's say, if you were Donald Trump. Now, my prediction is that, yes, it is politically motivated. I would say that he was probably very angry at, he says, is that a helicopter in California? Yeah, Captain Obvious. Yeah. I mean, you know, what is it with these Captain Obvious comments you got going on? It is, man. It is that in California. But let's see what other further updates is going on right now. Okay. So obviously, let me go through some chronological order of what had happened, right? This is all according to NBC News, right? So this happened at around 8:35 p.m. Eastern. So that would be probably 5:35 p.m. in the West Coast. So just right during the main card as this was happening, right? Shots were fired near a security checkpoint at the hotel foyer lobby just outside the main ballroom. So the emergency response Secret Service agents immediately rushed Donald Trump and other protectees from the room. Okay, attendees inside the ballroom were seen ducking for cover, including Dana White. Okay, under the tables with agents and their weapons drawn cleared the area. Now, some of the casualties. Not really any casualty, right? One Secret Service officer was shot at close range, during which the exchange of the gunfire, he was protected by his bulletproof vest and is said to be in good spirits. So obviously, as I was showing you guys outside of his house in Torrance, California, the police right now are currently there investigating the whole scene, checking it out, seeing what is what. This is the footage right here of his house outside of California. It is a live stream of Associated Press News, right? So Associated Press News is the one that is covering his house right now, right? So there's a lot of sirens going on, a lot of people checking his house. A lot of his neighbors probably don't even know or understand why they are there, but soon enough they will find out. So, all right. The suspect, identified as Cole Thomas Allen. He's 31 years old, of Torrance, California, which is where all of this footage that you're seeing right now, this is in Torrance, California right here. Okay. And okay, so he was obviously apprehended at the scene after being tackled by law enforcement. They don't know which law enforcement agency or agent that tackled him. So we don't know if it's Washington, D.C. police. We don't know if it's the Secret Service. We don't know if it's the FBI or an off-duty FBI agent or an off-duty police officer. So we just don't know. Weapons that authorities state the suspect was armed with was a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives, right? Just for good measure, I would assume why he would bring knives. But current status: the suspect was not hit by gunfire. That is contrary to the belief that was being espoused earlier. But he was transported to a local hospital for local evaluation. So far, we have some legal actions being placed upon him, right? U.S. Attorney Janine Perro announced that Allen faces charges including assault on a federal officer, using a dangerous weapon, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and he is expected to be arraigned in federal court on Monday, April 27th. That is coming up this, yeah. So, all right. So, Trump had some reaction to it. He described the gunman as a lone wolf. He also praised the members of the Secret Service and other law enforcement officials for their quick response. He noted that this was the third time his security had been under threat since 2024. FBI investigations led by Director Kash Patel confirmed the agency is executing search and warrants right now in California, address linked to the suspect, and examining weapons recovered from the scene. So the event status, the remainder of the dinner was canceled, but the White House correspondents indicated they plan to reschedule the event within 30 days. So there you have it, right? They are going to do it again in 30 days, and we'll see what comes out of that. So, yeah, guys, that is what we have going on with this one, right? You know, a whole lot of shenanigans going on. But you let me know what you guys think on the comment section below, right? Is it a lone wolf situation? Is it a coordinated effort? We don't know. We just don't know at this point, do we? But soon we will find out, and inshallah we will find out. So, what else? What else is going on with this? Let's see if there's any other news coverage on this particular incident. I know there's.
It's damage control, because the other thing too is that Aragachi didn't want to wait for them, and then also Aragachi said, "Dude, I'm not going to negotiate with fucking Kushner and Wickoff anymore." Like. Yeah. Because Wickoff and Kushner and I did a whole breakdown on this. Like, these guys were like Israel first, like, agents. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, there's a huge conflict of interest. They're very close to Bibi, yet they're sitting here negotiating with the Iranians. Like, dude, it's so lopsided. And it's like, dude, we want to talk to JD Vance or someone that actually has some pull. But even JD Vance really, like, kept going in and out of the fucking meetings, having to call Trump every 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Trump's at UFC. So it's like...
Yeah, and that's the thing. JD Vance is certainly punching the air, because there are growing rumors now that Marco Rubio is going to be the front runner for a 2028 campaign. And that's kind of what all of, mainstream media news outlets have been reporting. And so for JD Vance, the best thing that he could do is look like he's at the top of this peace deal being brokered, like it was his whole doing. But it's proving very difficult when Trump goes in and kind of strikes the iron and makes it hard. So I'm sure that JD Vance is really upset with the...
All right, so so there you have it, right? All political matters going on about who's going to be the succession for Trump, who's going to hold the Republican stable in terms of Trump's post-presidency, along with all the things that are going on right now. Guys have been on for quite a few hours now, right? Covering the UFC and then covering this event, this unfortunate event that happened, but thank God there wasn't a lot of people. There was no one really hurt. Thank God for that. That's good. But on any regards, guys, that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next content, in the next live stream, and in the next video.